Thought it was about the dogs. Nah, it's about power. Yeah. Put up to the specialty. Sunrise on the ground. Dogs in the grooming tents. Whispers all around. Catalog smiles with the tension in the air. Every handshake got a hidden little snare. Bored in the back room, running quiet little schemes. Bylaws in the pocket like a stack of poker dreams. Players for the breed, but they guarding their throne. If you question anything, they coming for your bone. Grievance in the envelope. Certified mail. Club justice system, but the day.
Well, welcome everybody. Welcome back if you're returning, and welcome if you're new. So today is day 5 of Lindsay Clancy murder trial. So see what we get into today. Trying to find the channel that we were watching. East Idaho News, I think. Oh no, that's the old one. I have the East Idaho News one up just in case. Trying to find just the regular news source one. Give me just a second. Oh, there it is. I think that's it. Oh no, that's the one for the Tyler Robinson one. We'll put this up for right this minute, just so we have. Just so we have something on the screen. I look for the other one. I hope everybody had a good weekend. We did a cookout. It was really nice weather. Oh, I can't find that. Let's try it this way. I know that they did say, oh, okay. I know that they did say that it was going to take a little longer than they weren't. I mean, the court's never ready at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I know that they did say that they were going to take a little longer to get going first thing in the morning. So it probably won't be right. Hopefully. I don't know if you guys are like interested in watching other people, other lawyers that do trial stuff. But this guy, Peter Tragos, he I'll show you this. This guy right here is like really good. He's the lawyer, you know, of course, right here it says it in the top, the lawyer, you know, he does really good analogies and breaks down a lot of stuff of a lot of court cases. I recommend going and liking or going and checking out his channel. And of course, if you like it, like his channel and subscribe to it. Him and his dad been lawyers for a long time, and he definitely breaks down all the legal jargon and how court cases are run and stuff. He's a lawyer out of Florida, really good lawyer, and gives you really good legal breakdown and stuff like that of different court cases. He's not. He's following along on this case. He's not doing it the same way that everybody else is doing it. He's kind of like going back and breaking down different parts of the case and stuff like that, which gives you legal analysis of different things of the case. And of course, his dad will jump in and do like whether or not they agree or disagree and stuff like that. And his dad's a really old lawyer, still practices. And the way that they talk about stuff, just amazing. Definitely recommend that you go check him out. I've been following him for years, and he just gives a really good, non-biased analogies of analysis of a lot of court cases, a lot of different court cases. If you're into that kind of thing. And he still currently practices law, and so does his dad. But he's really good, and does it breaks it down layman terms too for people who don't understand the law or haven't studied the law. So, oh, I need to turn up my volume. But yeah, he's definitely somebody that I would check out. Peter's great. I never think any more that besides Bronca, of course, but that's for a lot of self-defense cases. I'm moving the camera already. I wonder. I think I've been following Peter since Rittenhouse trial. Definitely since the Johnny Depp trial. But but he does all different kinds of different cases. Everything just getting but his dad's name is George. And he's really good too at breaking down different perspectives because they don't always agree, which makes them a good dynamic. Trying to think who else would be good. Nate the lawyer is another one that's a good one. He's out of New York. He used to be a police officer before he became a lawyer, an attorney. So he has different perspectives on stuff. He's out of New York. So he gives you, I like to get different people's opinions on different stuff. It gives you a variety of different ideas and opinions. And, it's kind of like you say, put 50 lawyers in a room, you're going to have 55 different opinions. So, but it gives you different perspectives on the same case. And so like Nate the lawyer, but definitely Peter and his dad, George. Andrew Bonka, well, even though he's a lot of self-defense, he's really good at self-defense. I'm trying to think of a few others that would be good to check out. Oh, Joe. Joe's in New Jersey, I think. He's either out of New York or New Jersey, or he lives in New Jersey, works out of New York, or vice versa.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Counsel, can I just see you briefly just for a second, and then I think we'll be ready to bring the jury in.
Joe's good logic. I think his moniker is good logic. Always with the sidebars in the morning.
All right, jurors entering.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a restful weekend. So what I want to do is just kind of tell you, first I'm going to go through those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. All right. And so let me ask those questions. First question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Next question. Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, today's schedule, let me say first thing about schedule. I know I haven't always been completely correct on some of the schedules we followed, but I want to just let you know that those decisions about the scheduling is on me. All right. And sometimes I have to take into consideration other factors or things that are going on. So what I really wanted to tell you is that don't speculate why we might go a little late or a little early on any certain days, but certainly don't hold it against either side in regards to that. The person who's making those decisions or that decision is me. All right. So you should be aware of that. So that being said, the thought is today we should go into the afternoon. All right. And if that changes, I'll let you know. And what we're going to do at this point, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And with that, Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will call Michael Snyder.
While we're waiting for Dr. Snyder, can we just?
Oh, sure, yeah.
I apologize.
This is a doctor. Dr. Snyder wasn't on her list of people. I wonder if we'll get rebuttal from defense. We shall see. Wonder if he's from the hospital, though. He's like the hospital liaison. Or if he's like specializes in postpartum.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony for and the jury, not between the Commonwealth and the defendant. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right,
May I inquire?
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yep, Michael Snyder,
Do you mind spelling your last name for the record, please?
Snyder.
And how are you employed?
I'm a physician at Beth Israel
And how long have you been a physician?
since 1998.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
So undergrad at UMass Amherst, I did medical school at Tufts University, and then I did my residency in emergency medicine at Boston University.
And how long have you worked at Beth Israel?
Since 2014, 12 years.
And do you primarily work in the emergency department?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of the year 2023. Do you recall working in the emergency department on that day?
Yes.
And in the evening, were you made aware of multiple pediatric traumas that were coming into the emergency department?
Yes.
And when you are made aware of people coming in, how does that occur?
So we'll typically get a call on the EMS phone that something's coming in that they want us to know about up front.
And do they provide you with some basic background information about what's occurring or what occurred on scene and what's occurring during the transport?
When possible, yeah.
And when the emergency personnel, the EMTs or paramedics arrived at Beth Israel, there were 3 patients, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned to treat 1 patient?
Correct.
Do you recall which patient that was?
Cora?
And prior to EMS arriving, did you learn more about Cora's presentation and what was occurring?
Yeah, so we had heard that, all 3 were in cardiac arrest, and Cora in particular, they were still working on doing CPR and doing what we call pediatric advanced life support, so medications to try and restart the heart. And they also mentioned that they had used what we call a defibrillator to shock the heart to try to restart it, and they were still doing CPR when they were arriving.
And is this information important to you as you're assessing a patient coming into the emergency department?
Yeah, it's important to know, what things look like in the field, how long the patient might have been without a pulse or how long they may not have been breathing for, so we can kind of expect or know what injuries to look out for, what we can potentially reverse.
And were you aware of the age of Cora?
Yes.
And she was 5, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the medications that you were aware of, what medications had been provided?
So prior to coming to us, she had been given epinephrine, which is the primary medication we use in a cardiac arrest.
And do you know how they had administered that medicine to her?
Yeah, so she had what we call an intraosseous device in her right tibia. Sometimes it's very difficult to get an IV in, so we can go directly into the bone or the bone marrow.
And were you aware of whether she had been intubated en route?
So she was not intubated en route.
When she arrived at the emergency department, were you there to greet the ambulance?
Yes.
And what happens when a patient comes in through the emergency department via ambulance?
So when the patient first comes in, we immediately have our team, start to sort of take over care so there's no gap. And then we also get a sign out from the paramedics and EMTs and any other staff that had been involved in the case.
And do you and your emergency room staff then perform your own initial assessment of the patient?
Yes.
So what do you do for that?
So initially, we sort of go through our ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. So initially, focusing on the primary things, such as making sure we're getting air and oxygen into the patient, keeping the heart going, so continuing CPR at that point.
And as far as Cora went, did you observe that she was breathing?
So she was not breathing on her own.
How about the heart? Did you observe that her heart was beating?
There was no heartbeat.
How about her physical appearance? What observations did you make of her physical appearance?
So initially when she had come in, some of the things we notice is sort of a blue tint to the skin, which typically, we can see when there's less oxygen or lack of oxygen. And then the other things on a quick survey is there was some areas of bruising on the neck and around the eyes, called petechia, kind of little bleeding, episodes of bleeding under the skin, and I believe a small amount of blood coming from the nose.
Were you able to make observations of her hands or other parts of her body?
So the hands definitely had that, what we call cyanosis or blue hue.
Now, as far as the eyes, you mentioned petechiae around the face and the eyes, as well as the neck. Did you notice anything else about her eyes?
So the pupils were fixed and enlarged. Why
is that significant to you?
So oftentimes when we see it coming in, it can indicate two different things. Some of the medications like epinephrine can cause the pupils to dilate, but also if the brain is starting to become damaged or not functioning, then you start to lose initially some of the signals that would make the pupils smaller. So they'll tend to start to get enlarged or dilated if there's brain injury starting or has occurred.
Now, you indicated that when Cora arrived, she was not intubated, meaning she did not have a breathing tube in. Did you and your team attempt to intubate her?
Yes.
And did you do that on your own or with the assistance of other parts of the emergency department or the hospital?
So we had anesthesia there. After we got the phone calls of multiple patients coming in, typically we'll have all the help that we could possibly need there to be able to take care of all the patients. So I had an anesthesiologist in the room with me who put the breathing tube in.
In instances where an individual might have suffered some sort of injury to their neck, does that complicate the insertion of a breathing tube?
It can, yeah, because normally you might need to move or tilt the head to get a direct view where you can put a breathing tube in. But when there's a concern for neck injury, we stabilize it typically with a collar or manually. So you don't have the ability to move the head and the neck around to try and get a better view.
Once a breathing tube was put in, were you and your team able to manually give breath to Cora?
Yes.
Now, did you then perform an assessment, a cardiac assessment of her?
Yeah, so in addition to listening to the heart, feeling for a pulse, we'll also tend to use an ultrasound machine in the room where we can kind of get a direct view of heart function.
And you were aware that they had defibrillated her twice in the ambulance. Why is that significant when you're treating a patient that's in cardiac arrest?
So when they defibrillate a patient, it's typically the heart's or might be in a rhythm where it can't pump blood. So it might be sort of out of sync or quivering, where we may attempt to use electricity to kind of shock it back into a rhythm.
Once you performed the ultrasound, the cardiac ultrasound, were there any attempts made further to use a defibrillator or?
Yeah.
Throughout your course of treatment with her, did you continue with various medications?
Yes.
And was CPR ongoing throughout your entire time with her?
Yes.
Were you consulting with any other colleagues or any other hospitals in regards to the care of Cora?
Yeah, so we actually had, in addition to all my colleagues in the emergency room, we had intensive care physicians from Children's that were on the phone with us, kind of working through any things that may have come up in the case, also expecting that they would be receiving the patients from us.
Is your hospital at the Beth Israel equipped to handle this type of pediatric trauma?
So we can do the initial stabilization, but then we need to ship the patients out to either get a specialty care or continued inpatient care.
And how long did efforts in treating Cora continue?
So in the emergency room, roughly 30 minutes.
And fair to say that all of the efforts that you made were not successful?
Correct.
And at approximately 1928 or 7:28, did you finally declare Cora deceased?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything?
I have no questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
A lot of compound questions.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Andrew Capraro.
This must be working on the other child. Wow. It's sad.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name's Dr. Andrew Capraro, last name Capraro.
And your date of birth, please?
July 9th, 1970.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an attending physician in the emergency department at Boston Children's Hospital
And how long have you done that?
for the last 26 years.
Can you just briefly describe for us the training and education you had to qualify for that role?
I went to Providence College undergrad and then went to Brown Medical School. Subsequently, I went to Connecticut Children's Medical Center for my pediatric residency and then did fellowship training in pediatric emergency medicine at Boston Children's Hospital from 2000 to 2003 and have been attending there ever since.
And what's involved with being an attending at Boston Children's Hospital?
It means that I am guiding the care and treatment for the patients that I am seeing during my particular shift.
And are you assigned to a specific location or area of the hospital?
I'm always in the emergency department, and the emergency department is broken up into different zones, of which I am sort of the primary attending for one set of rooms.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you learn that a patient named Callan Clancy was going to be transported to your hospital?
I did.
And do you recall where he was being brought from?
From Beth Israel, Plymouth, I believe.
And was he being med flighted to your facility?
Correct.
And were you provided with some information about the patient in order to prepare for his arrival?
I was.
And what did you learn?
We have a communication center where facilities that are transferring patients to us call to let us know that the patient is coming. And so that comm center had been notified about this patient, who then got in touch with me as the attending who would be caring for the patient to let me know what had happened there and the condition of the patient when he was arriving.
And what did you learn about the condition of the patient, Callan Clancy, as he was being flown to your hospital?
What I was told was that it was believed that the patient had been strangled, and when he arrived at Plymouth, he was in cardiac arrest, that they had intubated him and initiated CPR, and they had gotten a return of spontaneous circulation, and that they were then going to transfer him to us for further evaluation and care.
And at some point in time, did Callan arrive at your hospital?
That is correct.
And were you able to observe him physically?
Yes.
What observations did you make about his physical condition?
He was cold on arrival, and he was quite limp, was not making any purposeful movements on his own. His pupils were fixed and dilated, and he had ligature marks about his neck with some swelling of the neck.
And his pupils being fixed and dilated, is that medically significant for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It typically means that significant injury has happened to the brain, such that there is brain swelling that has sort of what do I want to say? It has overwhelmed the capacity of the skull, such that the swelling has made the brain sort of herniate through the base of the skull.
Does that mean the brain's swelling so much it's pushing through the skull?
Correct.
And what observations did you make of his heart rate?
His heart was beating, and we did have to provide him with an epinephrine drip to keep his heart rate and his blood pressure within normal limits, but it was beating on its own.
And how did you know that you had to provide the epinephrine for him to stabilize that heart rate?
It was initiated at BI because they had noticed that his blood pressure was low, and you need to have normal blood pressure for the blood to perfuse your organs and keep them healthy. And so we were looking for certain parameters to sort of maintain that, which we did on that epinephrine drip.
And when you say BI, you're referring to Beth Israel?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. And so as far as his breathing, was he breathing on his own?
He had been intubated at the outside hospital and he was needing a ventilator to breathe for him. Occasionally he would have sort of a breath on his own, we would notice. We were able to see that because when he attempted to take a breath on his own, he would trigger the ventilator to continue that breath. But it was rare. For sure, he needed the ventilator to maintain his ventilation.
Wow.
Would it be fair to say that the majority of his breathing was being done by the ventilator?
Yes, the vast majority of his breathing.
Now, once you have received this information while he's coming in, and then you've made your own physical observations of Callan, are there certain tests that you have run on him?
Yeah, our job once we received him was to perform further evaluation and stabilization to help determine what the next steps of his medical care would be. So prior to him arriving, we had contacted our trauma team and our ICU doctors to let them know that he was coming and that we would need their assistance. And then under my care, we performed some routine blood work, so a head CT, a neck CT, and a chest X-ray to sort of help us guide the next steps.
And from the head CT and the other testing that you did, what were you able to learn from the results of those tests?
The head CT in particular showed significant brain swelling consistent with hypoxic ischemic injury, which was most likely, or which was the most significant finding that we found.
So could you please explain for us what is hypoxic ischemic injury?
Hypoxic is just a fancy word for not getting enough oxygen, and ischemic is just a fancy word for not getting enough blood flow. And so when your organs don't get enough oxygen and blood, they sort of suffer injury and therefore get to swelling. And so his brain was showing evidence of that.
So would it be fair to say that his brain wasn't getting enough oxygen and blood flow, and then because of that, it was damaged and swelling?
Correct.
Now, this type of swelling and injury, as you're describing it, can that be caused by strangulation, the injury of the brain?
Most certainly.
And you mentioned earlier that you did see some marks around his neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those consistent with?
Strangulation of some sort, most likely from an object, based upon the linear aspect of the bruising.
And when you say the linear aspect of the bruising, does that mean it's in a straight line?
Correct.
Now, once you had the results of this testing, was there, did you make a decision on what to do next?
Yeah, you know, the main thing was to help us figure out, did the patient need to go to the operating room for some sort of other procedure to help with this, or was this something that could be dealt with medically? And so once we had the results of the head CT and then the neck CT as well, it was felt that the next appropriate step in his medical care would be to be transitioned to the intensive care unit for them to take over care.
Why was it that surgery was not an option to help Callan in this situation?
Yeah, you know, the neurosurgery doctors were there to sort of help us make that decision. There was no significant bleeding, for example, that would need to be evacuated. There was nothing that they felt from a surgical point of view would help alleviate the problems that we saw in the CT.
Okay. And so was his care transferred to the ICU?
That is correct.
And once Callan was transferred to the intensive care unit, did your care for him end at that point?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much
Mr.
smoother.
Barrington?
You can tell that she's a seasoned,
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Please step down.
you can tell she's a seasoned lawyer versus the other one, which is a junior lawyer.
We'll call Dr. David Casavant.
Or a second or third undergrad. Might even be, oh, she's the PA, I bet. You can tell she's so much better, yeah.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Morning, Honor.
Trace Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Shirley,
My first name is David. My last name is Casavant. It's spelled Casavant.
And your date of birth, sir?
5263.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an ICU physician at Boston Children's Hospital.
Can you briefly describe for us your educational and training background?
Sure. I went to college out at Holy Cross in Worcester and then to medical school at Boston University. I did my initial pediatric residency at Mass General Hospital and then went back and did a fellowship in ICU medicine at that hospital as well.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Boston Children's Hospital in the medical surgical ICU.
And how long have you worked at Boston Children's Hospital?
18 years.
And have you always worked in the ICU there?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2023. At that point in time, did you take over the care of a patient named Callan Clancy?
I did.
And prior to taking over the care of Callan Clancy, did you do anything to familiarize yourself with his treatment and care?
Yes, I did. One of my colleagues had taken care of him the day before in the ICU, and I spoke with her, and so I was familiar with his case.
Okay. And did you also review reports and testing that had been performed while he was at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after reviewing the reports and the test results and speaking to your colleague, can you tell us what you learned from all of that?
It seemed that Callan had a severe neurologic injury based on both testing and the examination that I did at the time.
And when you say a neurologic injury, is that a brain injury?
It's a brain injury. Yes, it is. Yeah.
And did you review specifically a head CT scan of Callan?
Yes, I did.
And what did the head CT scan show you or tell you about his condition?
The head CT is a picture of the brain, which was done in the emergency room when he was admitted to Boston Children's Hospital. And the CT scan showed an enormous amount of swelling of the brain itself.
And that the swelling of the brain, is that medically significant?
Very much so. When you have an injury to the brain that is caused by anoxia, which means a lack of oxygen, I describe this with families that the injury is very much like being out in the sun. You don't notice it at the time, but swelling occurs over the course of time. And one of the things with a lack of oxygen to the brain is the injury occurs and then swelling starts to happen over the course of time, typically peaking at 48 to 72 hours. When you see swelling that happens that early in a case, as in Callan's, it means that there's been a very significant lack of oxygen and therefore injury to the brain itself.
So for example, some types of injuries that would withhold oxygen from the brain would be more mild and the swelling would occur over time. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So if a severe injury happens that withholds oxygen from the brain, that's when you see that immediate swelling like Callan had?
Very much so. Sort of the comparison of a sunburn to a burn that you might get from a stove. This was a stove. It's very, very profound.
Did you perform a physical examination of Callan?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, one of the first things that I noticed as I approached him was that he had a breathing tube in place, and I knew from my colleague that he was not on any sedation, which is very difficult to tolerate, having a breathing tube through the vocal cords if you're not sedated, and he was not sedated at the time.
Oh, wow.
The next thing is that when I approach a patient in their bed in the ICU, we always start with a quick introduction that we're going to be coming near them in case they're asleep. And I usually start with something along the lines of, I'm Dr. Dave, I'm just going to listen to your heart. And I'd usually address them by name and to see if they start to respond. And then I'll go ahead with the rest of the exam, but that's just to sort of warn them that someone might be touching them. And then I'll listen to heart, lungs, and then to move forward to see if how responsive they are. So if you get no response at all from the initial, just using your voice, the next thing is and then from the exam, if they don't move around, then you start to sort of think, well, let's see how responsive they are. And so the next thing is sort of a gentle touch off into the bottom of the foot to see you stroke the bottom of the foot, and you see if they pull away. And then you can move. If you get no response from that, we'll do something that's a little bit more noxious or painful, where you can sort of pinch a little bit of skin to see if they start to react, or pushing on the fingernail and the nail bed pressure, which is actually very noxious. And if you can see two types or several types of response, either no response, or you can see a very specific response where they pull away from that area. And that's a specific, or you can see generalized response, which are all sort of graded, graded along those that as we're sort of getting a sense for what their level of consciousness was.
So if I could go over a few of those things that you just mentioned. You said that that the first thing that you noticed that was significant was that Callan had the breathing tube in place through the vocal cords without any sedation. So without sedation, would having a breathing tube in that place cause pain?
Yes, no one would be able to tolerate it.
And so Callan was able to tolerate it without any sedation.
Yes.
Would that indicate he wasn't feeling that pain at that time?
Yes, exactly.
And you mentioned that you would address the patient by name and talk to them. Was there any reaction from Callan when you did that?
No, there was not.
And then you mentioned you would rub maybe something along the foot. Was there any reaction?
No, there was not.
And did you do what you described in pinching the fingernail or pinching somewhere on Callan to see if he responded?
Yes.
And did he respond?
No, he did not.
And
so he's brain dead.
What did these interactions and tests on Callan tell you about his condition?
This told me that he was unresponsive. He was unresponsive to both things that would cause discomfort and things that would cause pain.
Did you also do anything in terms of looking at his pupils and any tests on his eyes?
Yes. So after all the other things, that we look at the pupils, and so one of the things is we have it's a reflex response. If a light is shown in an eye, the pupil constricts. And what I noted about Callan was that his pupils stayed widely open and did not constrict.
And when someone's pupils stay open and wide when you shine a light in them, what does that indicate medically?
Well, the eyes are a direct extension of the brain, so that's why we focus a lot on them as an area of investigation. And the lack of a response to light indicates that there's some abnormality to that, and in this case, it was a brain injury. There's medications that can keep your eyes open if you've ever had an eye exam, but that was not the case with Callan.
That's why they do.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about brain injury, we're not talking about some type of trauma that was inflicted on the brain. You're talking about the lack of oxygen and blood flow causing an injury to the brain, correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
At that point in time, did you work with another doctor to do more in-depth testing regarding his neurological status?
Yes. So at Children's, we have multiple teams that come together for a patient, for many patients. But for Callan, the neurology team was there from the beginning. And when in a case like this, when we see no response in an unresponsive patient, we start to get our neurology team. And one of the things we start to do is brain death testing to see if they could be what we call brain dead, meaning that the brain itself is not functioning. And that even though their heart is still beating.
How is it that someone's heart can be beating if their brain is dead?
It's a really good question. So there's actually two parts to the nervous system. The one is the part that we see the most in people when they react, and they react to us and they speak and they do things. The other one is the autonomic or automatic system. And the automatic system is largely in charge of the things like the heart, if the heart has not been injured. And so it was sort of continuing on.
And does that give you any indication, the fact that the heart was still continuing on, about where the injuries were in the brain?
Yes, it does actually. Yeah,
Where would that be?
Yeah, so the large part of the brain that we sort of think of as when we see the pictures of the brain, that's the cerebellum, and that's the biggest thing in humans that is most developed, and that's in charge of our consciousness, our reaction to things, whereas the brain stem, which is another part, and that's really part of the autonomic system, and that's the same in almost all vertebrates and mammals, and it's much more automatic, and so it tells me that it seemed the cerebellum, which is that part that makes us sort of the human side of what we do, that's much more sensitive to a lack of oxygen, to an anoxic injury. And it told me that was really where that injury was in that part of the brain, much less so in the brain stem itself.
So would it be fair to say that the brain stem itself that controls those automatic responses was still functioning somewhat, but the part of the brain that made Callan was not functioning?
That's exactly correct, yeah.
And can you describe for us the brain death testing?
Sure. So the brain death testing at Boston Children's it's a very strict testing that includes some of the things that I just mentioned, but we work with our there's a checklist that we work on with our neurologic colleagues. And we sort of go through each of what we would expect for responses from someone. And we actually then work through different of the nerve sets that we would expect them to respond to. We have it set up so that there's an ICU physician is there, and then a neurologist is there, and the neurologist and the neurology team, they're the ones who perform the brain death testing. And then the test is then repeated again 24 hours later, just to make sure that there's no piece of that is different or incongruous with a diagnosis of brain death.
And while the neurologist is doing this testing, are you there present, watching the testing and seeing the results as it happens?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're sort of committed to being there for the whole time. And the brain death testing itself goes through some really basic things. Again, as I described earlier, the things that would be painful and do they pull away or not. The eyes, the looking at the reflexes of the eyes. There's also other reflexes too. Things like if you stroke the cornea, which is the front of the eye, people blink, and that's so the blink reflex, cough, gag. There's also a reflex where they actually put cold water into an ear, and that gives people a disequilibrium. And so those are all the things that we think about. And then also too, there's some breathing components to that as well.
Is one of those breathing components an apnea test?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And what is an apnea test?
So apnea is a word that just describes describes a lack of breathing.
And how do you test that?
So in a patient such as Callan, what we do, and in any patient when we're doing brain death testing, we actually disconnect them from the ventilator. And the reason that we do that is we want to see if that autonomic system in the brain will start to react as the carbon dioxide starts to increase. So our body makes carbon dioxide all the time, and the way we get rid of it is by exhaling. And where we breathe in fresh oxygen, and then we breathe out CO2. And what we do is we disconnect from the ventilator to see if, knowing that their carbon dioxide will start to rise, and the normal response for that autonomic part of the brain would be to sort of increase breathing. That's why we breathe when we sleep, because as we go to sleep, the conscious part of our brain stops, but the autonomic part kicks in, and then we breathe right through our sleep because that carbon dioxide rises.
So in a patient who has brain death, would it be accurate to state that as the carbon dioxide level increases, the automatic response would be to take a breath to get more oxygen, but a patient who's brain dead won't do that?
That's correct.
And did you do all of these tests, or did the neurologist do all these tests on Callan while you observed?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And did he have any response to any of the physical tests where you were looking for a reflex or a reaction?
No, he did not. No response to any.
And what was his reaction or results on the apnea test?
So the apnea test, again, we do all the brain testing one day, and then we wait at least 24 hours for the second one. The first, and what we expect with the carbon dioxide is that it will increase. We have it written in our, so it's all in writing for our protocol, that it will increase by 20 or get to a level of 60. A normal CO2 would be around 40. And the first time we did that on the first day, it actually went to 59.7, not 60. And again, it was in our protocol as has to get to 60 or increase by 20. And I actually talked to my colleagues, including neurology. I said, I know this is very close. It's 59.7, but it's not 60. I repeated that piece of the test later on that day to make sure that it was valid. And as I say, I checked with everyone to make sure that I was doing the right thing. They all agreed that we should just, and the second time it went to 87. So that was, everything else was the same. And we made sure that there's things that we look at too to make sure that there's not on any medications, that there's no changes in his temperature, there's no abnormalities of the salts in the blood, what we call the electrolytes. So all those conditions were the exact same. And I repeated that later on in the day, and it did come back positive.
Why is it so important that you meet that specific criteria? Why is 0.3 of a point so important?
Well, I wanted to make sure that there was no question about the data that we were gathering at the time.
And you said that this testing is again repeated 24 hours later, correct?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Well, that's just to make sure that if there were any lingering effects of medications, if there was anything that else might have changed in the patient's level of alertness or level of response, to make sure that it still meets all those requirements 24 hours later.
And is it because you want to be sure that there's brain death before you remove life support?
Yes, and again, it's too important. It's too important a discussion and a gathering of data to not be very exact about it.
And so when you did observe the testing and then the following day on Callan, were the results the same in terms of no reaction and the carbon dioxide increasing?
Yes, they were.
And at that point in time, did he meet brain death criteria?
He did. He met. So we had determined that it was that he had met death by neurologic criteria.
And at that point in time, what decision made to stop life support?
Yes, it was.
And that's done in consultation with the family, his father, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And was life support ended for Callan Clancy on January 27th, 2023?
It was, and one of the things is there's when you determine that someone has met criteria for neurologic brain death, that although we know that their brain is not functioning at that point, there's often a period of time where we don't have to remove, his heart is still beating, so we don't have to remove the endotracheal tube at that time. And we often will give families, once it's been confirmed that the brain is no longer functioning, we often give families a period of time to able to process it, and a window of time. Sometimes there's relatives who will need to travel and things like that. And so we'll often then choose a time later on to accommodate the rest of life, knowing that they're stable at the time, to when we would actually remove the tube, and that would be the declaration of death.
And was that done in this case? Family was given an opportunity to see him, and then life support was ended, and then his heart stopped?
Yes, that's exactly.
He was declared deceased?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington? Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Chair, this time the Commonwealth would move to admit the Boston Children's Hospital records for Callan Clancy into evidence. There's 2 volumes.
Objection.
Your Honor, I have no objection because we both have the records. We both want them in evidence, so I have no objection to any of the records that they have. We signed releases for them. I have
Except
for like Beth Israel, Brigham and Women's, South Shore, they all can go in.
That's a yes.
It may be admitted.
wow.
Yeah, 1, 2, A and B. Yeah.
He just wants to speed this along for some reason.
37A and B.
All right, thank you.
He doesn't like all this
Call Kelly
detail. He just like hurry.
Sorry, if you
hurry
say
this
the name again?
Kelly McDonough.
Okay, sure.
Is she missing an arm? Nope.
Hey, good morning.
May I inquire? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Kelly McDonough,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
McDonough.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been a physician?
11 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I went to medical school at the University of New England in Maine. I did my residency at Kent Hospital in Rhode Island. I subsequently worked at Kearney Hospital in Dorchester, and I've been at South Shore Hospital since 2021.
Well, good for her.
And in what, are you primarily in the emergency department at South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
Have you been in any other department at South Shore Hospital?
No.
Are you licensed to practice in Massachusetts?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working in the emergency department that evening?
I was.
At some point, were you advised that a patient was being brought into your emergency department?
I was.
And were you aware of that patient being Lindsay Clancy with a date of birth of 8/11/90?
Yes.
And what kind of information were you given upon learning that the patient was coming here? What were you expecting to receive?
I was expecting a trauma 1 response, a patient who had fallen out of a window from a height and didn't know much more than that.
Okay, and so when you say trauma 1, what does that mean for you?
So we have 2 designations for trauma responses, a trauma 1 and a trauma 2, and there's certain criteria for each. And there's a long list of criteria that are determined by the resource nurse who receives the EMS call.
Okay, and so when we say 1 and 2, which is more serious than the other?
Trauma 1.
And so what do you do to prepare when a patient is coming in and you know coming in that it's likely a trauma 1 situation?
So we gather in the trauma room and make sure that we have all available staff needed to take care of the patient.
And what kind of staff are with you in the room, in the trauma room?
So for a trauma 1 response, it would be the emergency medicine physician, it would be anesthesia, the trauma surgeons, sometimes neurosurgery will be there.
And fair to say you also have a whole host of other staff, including nurses, emergency room techs, all of those people are also available to assist if you need it.
Correct.
Now, when this individual came in, when Lindsay Clancy came into the emergency department, were you aware from EMS that she had already come in with some sort of neurological deficits?
I think that from my best recollection, we knew that she was unresponsive, found down outside of her home.
Were you advised that it appeared she might have a spinal injury?
Yes.
And that she was not she may have been moving her arms and her head, but not her legs?
Correct.
Now, when the team was assessing her in the emergency department, what types of steps do you take to perform that assessment of the patient?
So there's a series of steps that we go through to assess a trauma patient that are followed every single time. ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, and then we do a secondary survey.
Okay. And in this circumstance, was the patient breathing?
Yes.
And when she came into the emergency department, was she breathing on her own or intubated?
She's breathing on her own.
At some point, did the ER staff have to intubate her?
Yes.
And why was that?
For airway protection, there was a concern that maybe she would have a head injury and she would decompensate later. And so to protect her airway, she was intubated.
Now, is that a standard protocol when there's concern for head injury?
Yes.
Did you see any obvious signs of a head injury when she arrived into the emergency department?
No.
What kinds of things would you see if somebody had an obvious head injury?
You might see bleeding or lacerations or abrasions.
Now, did you observe any other obvious injuries to this patient?
I did. She had some superficial lacerations of her neck and wrists bilaterally.
Do you recall if she came in on a backboard with a C-collar?
She did.
And do you remove the C-collar at some point to assess the patient for injuries?
We didn't completely remove it temporarily to visualize and feel her neck and then put it right back on.
Okay, and you said you did observe some injuries to her neck, correct?
Yes.
I'm just gonna show you some photos that have been already marked, if that's okay, on the screen next to you. This has been marked as exhibit number 111. Is that an accurate representation of the neck injuries you observed?
Yes.
You also indicated that she had some other injuries to her wrists.
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 112. Is that accurate as to the injuries to the wrist you observed?
Yes.
Now, you described the injuries as superficial. The injury that's kind of in the middle of the photograph there, can you describe what part of the body that injury is?
You're describing the one that's sort of open?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the anterior aspect of her wrist.
And were you able to examine that injury?
Not in detail.
Okay. Was it something in your emergency, your assessment of the trauma 1 situation, was that something acute that you had to address?
No.
And is it fair to say that that injury goes through kind of the subcutaneous tissue of the skin?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to an artery or a vein or anything in that area?
I did not.
And then just showing you exhibit 113, which is the other wrist. Same thing. Did you observe anything in your assessment, your trauma 1 assessments, to say whether these were acute at the time?
I assume that they're acute.
Okay, but as far as treatment of them, did they require you to immediately address it?
No.
Or manage blood flow?
Mm-mm. No.
What was the more serious, or what was the focus of your assessment of her in the emergency department?
I think the main concern was for a head injury and or a spinal cord injury.
Oh,
And you said that as part of the assessment team, you had a neurosurgeon available as well as a trauma surgeon, correct?
There was no neurosurgeon there that day.
Okay. Was there a trauma surgeon?
There was.
Who was that?
Dr. Christina Carpio.
Did you order any series of tests in order to help you assess the nature of whether there was any head injury or what the extent of the spinal injury could have been?
Yes.
What kinds of tests did you order?
CAT scans.
As part of the emergency room protocol, do you also draw blood for patients that come in?
Yes.
And how is that usually done?
It's usually done on arrival by the nursing staff.
And do they draw blood according to a physician's orders, or do they draw blood for various purposes? Explain to us how that works.
Mm-hmm. So it's usually like what we call a rainbow. So they just draw all the tubes of blood as soon as the patient arrives in anticipation for orders.
Okay. And so what happens to the blood after somebody in the emergency department takes it from the patient? Where does it go?
It gets tubed to the lab.
And fair to say that at South Shore Hospital, they have a pneumatic tube system, correct?
Correct.
And that it goes to a separate laboratory.
Correct.
And once a physician then assesses a patient and determines what kinds of testing needs to be done on those samples, how do you communicate that to the laboratory?
So orders are put into a computer and they go through the computer to the lab.
And as you're treating a patient, is it oftentimes necessary to change the orders or order additional tests?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, blood and urine was collected from Lindsay Clancy upon her arrival, correct?
Correct.
And then sent to the lab.
Yes.
Now, going back to the imaging tests, you said that there were some CT scans that were ordered.
Correct.
What areas of the body were the CT scans for?
It was her entire body, her head, her neck, her chest, her abdomen, and her pelvis.
Now, as far as the CTs for her head, were there more than one CT test for the head?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at my record.
So many compound questions. She's almost testifying.
What are the normal, or what are the options for CT head scans?
It's usually just a CT head plane, but you could also do a CT angiogram, depending on your concern for injury.
And do you recall which one you ordered here?
For a trauma, one, it would be a plain CT head.
And why do you order that particular test?
Well, we're trying to assess for skull fractures, intracranial bleeding, things like that.
And what, if anything, did you find?
And when you say a plain CT, what's the exact order that's put in for that type of a CT?
CT head.
Okay, and are there CT heads with contrast?
There are.
And are there CT head scans without contrast?
Yes.
Yeah, answer the question and let her answer.
And approach the witness. I'm just gonna show you some documents if that's okay.
Sure. Ask the question. There are different ways to order.
Series of paginations, so I'm just going to draw your attention to this page that's black. If you could just take a look at it. Sure.
Hope this is not the way she's going to be a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
She must be a
Okay, and I'm just gonna flip to the next page as well. The next page is blank, but is this the extent of what you would have received as far as information regarding a head CT that was done without contrast?
Yes.
And I'm going to just
That's fine for her. Ask the question, lay the foundation, then let her answer.
It's actually 2 pages from the end of the document. If you could take a look at that.
She's a very bad lawyer. She's still got to be a law student or something.
The report you would have received for the head CT ordered with
Holy
contrast.
crap.
And in addition to getting a report from imaging, you also receive some actual images, correct?
Yes.
And do you review those?
Yes.
In this particular circumstance, when it came to the patient of Lindsay Clancy, was there anything remarkable in either of those head CTs?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the head CT with contrast indicated the impression was unremarkable. CTAF had no evidence intracranial aneurysm, arteriovenous malformation, or abrupt occlusion, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Essentially, the most.
Now, as far as the other CT scans that were conducted, there were findings, remarkable findings on some of the others, correct?
Correct.
And what did they reflect in your experience as far as her injury goes?
From what I can recall, I know she had a thoracic spine injury.
And how about the CT that was done of the chest area?
I don't recall.
If I may approach.
I was going to say, refresh her with her own notes. Holy crap.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what was the extent of the result from the chest CT?
So it talks about her thoracic spine injuries.
Okay.
And they were?
Now, after reviewing all of the images, all of the CT scans that were done here, the cervical spine, the head CTs, the thoracic spine, what was the plan for this particular patient? Was she able to be treated further at South Shore Hospital?
You asked her
The
about
decision was made by the team that her injuries were too severe to stay at South Shore Hospital, and the decision was made to transfer her to a tertiary care center.
Were you able to stabilize her before transporting?
Yes.
Is that something that's important to make sure a patient is stable before sending them off in the ambulance or a helicopter?
Yes.
And so as far as this particular patient goes, are you aware of whether any surgical intervention had to be done before she was stabilized and transported?
I was not aware of any intervention being done.
And again, you had Dr. Carpio, who was also there to assess that.
Correct. We work as a team.
Kind of going back to those injuries on her neck and her wrist very briefly. Can you explain to us the difference between bleeding in maybe an artery or a vein and how that might present itself in an emergency situation?
Venous bleed would be a little bit slower, darker blood, and arterial bleed would be pulsatile and bright red.
And is it fair to say that when you strike either an artery or a vein that they're of different pressure systems, and so the manner in which the blood comes out is different?
Yes.
In either circumstance where an artery or a vein is struck or nicked or cut, would that be something that you'd have to stabilize for a patient in order to make sure that they don't bleed out?
Yes.
Is that done here?
Lawyer, stop testifying.
Now, this particular patient at some point was noted to be, I think it was referred to as hypothermic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall at what point in your treatment of her was that noted? Was it as she was coming into the emergency department, or did that develop while she was in the emergency department?
I don't recall.
What was the course of treatment for a low body temperature?
We placed something called a bear hugger on them, which is a warming blanket.
And can you explain to us what could cause a person's body temperature to drop to, I think it was 82.1?
There are many reasons, but it could be a metabolic disarray or exposure.
In this circumstance, did you know what the source of the drop in the body temperature was for Ms. Clancy?
No.
And do you recall how long she was in the emergency department before she was transported approximately to the Brigham?
I think it was about 4 hours.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence a copy of the South Shore Hospital medical records for Lindsay Clancy from January 24th, 23 as the next exhibit.
Is that by agreement? All right. That may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And I would also move to enter as the next exhibit a certified copy of imaging records from the South Shore Hospital for Lindsay Clancy from January 24th, 2023.
They may be admitted.
She's such a bad lawyer. She didn't get nothing from her. Nothing real.
So finally, Dr. McDonough, did this defendant receive surgery at South Shore Hospital?
Not that I'm aware.
Did you observe any cuts, abrasions, or blood on the area of her head?
No.
And based on your review of those findings on the CT scans, was there any noted injury from the head CTs that you could tell?
No.
And were you able, after using that bear hugger device, able to get her blood, her core body temperature back up to normal?
I don't recall.
Did you ever observe those wounds that you observed on her neck or her wrists ever start bleeding actively again?
No.
I have nothing further.
Just ready.
Right. So would you agree with me that when Lindsay was brought into the South Shore Hospital that she was unconscious?
I recall her eyes being open, but she was nonverbal.
Okay. So as an experienced emergency room doctor, can you tell me when someone's unconscious, what is that? What are the symptomology of it? What does that mean?
Usually means they're completely unresponsive with eyes closed.
Okay. Was she responsive?
Not verbally.
Was she responsive at all?
She was responsive to pain.
So that means that you would do something to cause pain, perhaps the bottom of the foot or whatever it is, to see if they have a reaction?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that when people even have very, very serious brain injuries, that they can respond to pain stimuli?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So her eyes were open. Were her pupils equal and reactive to light?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. What does it mean with PERL, pupils equal reactive to light? What does that mean?
Exactly what you just said. It means her pupils are equal and reactive to light.
And as a doctor, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there's no significant neurologic injury.
And in this case, you don't recall if her pupils were equal or reactive to light?
I don't.
Okay. And that's when you take the little flashlight sometimes and you put it over the eye and see if there's constriction of the pupil.
She just said no. You can't.
Did you do additional evaluations of her to see what her neurological function was?
She was pretty quickly intubated from what I recall. So after that, it would be difficult to assess her neurologically.
Sure. Was she on any pain medication, if you remember?
I don't remember.
You recall, did she have difficulty being intubated? I mean, would you agree with me that if you're not under some type of medication or sedation or unconscious, it hurts to be intubated, doesn't it?
We wouldn't intubate somebody without first giving them some induction medicines.
Okay. So what would the induction medicines be?
They're not universal.
Well,
that would depend on the
What
case.
are the induction medicines that you used on Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know. I'd have to refer to my record. And also, I wasn't the one who did the intubation.
The lawyer.
So she was intubated, had the tube coming out of her mouth. She's laying on the table, and you are continuing an assessment. You were the lead doctor in the emergency room for Lindsay Clancy, right?
I wouldn't say I was the lead. I think the trauma surgeon and I worked together.
Right. Her temperature, her core body temperature was 82 degrees. Is that right?
If that's what the record states, then yes.
I'm sorry?
If that's what her medical record states, then
Well,
yes.
as you sit here, you don't know what her core body temperature was?
I saw her 3 years ago. I see about 200 patients a
I'm
month.
sure you're very busy, but this is a murder trial, doctor. Did you review your records and your notes?
I'm happy to look at my record if you bring it.
Did you review your records and notes before you came in here today to testify on this case?
Sir, I did, but I don't have a photographic memory.
Did she regain consciousness at all while she was in your emergency room?
No.
Can you tell me what CSF is?
Cerebrospinal fluid?
Yeah. Is that what that is? CSF?
But it could be. I'm not sure in what context you're referring to it.
Well, how about if there's a massive leakage of CSF from her nose? What does that tell you as a doctor?
It could mean that there's a skull fracture.
Did you notice any clear fluid coming from her nose?
I did not.
Is that something you would look for?
Yes.
How quickly do you get the results of the x-rays when you're in the emergency room?
Well, these were CT scans, but fairly quickly in a trauma.
I'm sorry, CT scans, x-rays. So you had CT scans that were able to show you the damage to her neck and upper chest, is that right?
Yes.
And what did those CT scans show you?
Well, what I remember is a thoracic spine injury.
And when you say a thoracic spine injury, would you agree that top part of your neck, your throat area would be cervical, right?
Correct.
And that's when the numbers go C1, 2, or whatever they are. That would be the actual vertebrae in the cervical area of the upper body, correct?
Yes, the cervical spine.
Okay. And then below the cervical spine would be the thoracic spine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the thoracic spine would be, and sometimes they're delineated as T1, T2, meaning thoracic 1, thoracic 2, all the way down to what, 5 or 6?
12.
I'm sorry?
12.
Well,
12. So when you looked at, and the lower portion would be the lumbar, is that right?
Correct.
Now, when you looked at the CAT scans, did you determine the extent of the injury to the spinal cord?
I could determine the extent of the injury to the bony thoracic spine.
Okay, what was that?
I don't recall exactly the level. I would have to look at the report.
What does that mean? The level of the T?
Correct.
Was her cervical spine injured?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the report.
Were you aware that her thyroid was crushed?
I don't recall.
Do you know that her cervical spine vertebrae was fractured, destroyed?
I don't recall.
Doesn't that control a person's breathing? Does that have anything to do with breathing?
It can.
it can.
What do you remember about looking at the damage to the spinal cord depicted on the CAT scan?
What sticks out most in my mind is her thoracic injury.
Okay, and what was the thoracic injury?
I don't recall the exact level.
What does it mean by effect level?
The exact level.
I'm sorry. Were you aware that there was a complete transection of the spinal cord on T5 and T6?
I'm sure I was aware at the time, yes.
Okay. And just, can you tell me what does it mean when it says a complete transection of the spinal cord at a particular, apparently that would be at thoracic 5 and thoracic 6, right?
Mhm.
What does that mean with a complete transection?
It means the bones are no longer one on top of the other. They're moved apart.
Were you aware that there was a significant edema noted in her chest?
If that's what the report says.
Okay, and what is edema?
Swelling.
And does it also refer to fluid?
It can.
Did it refer to fluid in this case?
I'm not sure. I would have to read the report.
So in addition to the edema that was noted, was there edema noted around C7, T1, T2, T3 to T4?
Again, I would have to have the report in front of me.
When you noted her base temperature as being 82 degrees, what does that tell you as a doctor?
It means that her body temperature is lower than normal.
And what is normal?
98.6.
And if a person goes from 98.6 to 82 degrees before you place her in the bear hugger, what does that tell you? Does that affect the body at all?
Oh yeah, she's cold.
Yes, the body works ideally at 98.6. So anything outside of that range, not ideal.
To what effect as a doctor?
It has.
What effect, if any, on the body if a person has an 82 degrees base temperature?
The list of things that could go awry is quite long.
Can you give me an idea, maybe the top three?
She could have a metabolic derangement,
What's a metabolic derangement?
meaning her body wouldn't be processing things the way that it was before. Her cells are not working the way that they should because it's too cold.
Would you agree with me that when you were looking at the injuries to the wrist
I heard her say hyper.
and to the both wrists, actually, you noted lacerations in the volar aspect of the wrist?
Yes,
What is a volar? What does that mean?
it's the anterior aspect. of it.
Interior? Okay, thank you. Would you agree that on both wrists there was deep laceration?
I wouldn't characterize them as deep.
You would not? And when you made reference to her being transferred to a tertiary care center, what does that mean?
It means that it's a hospital that has more services and specialized care than we do at our hospital.
Now, when she was at the South Shore Hospital, counsel asked you about whether or not you noted any injuries to her head. You did not notice any bleeding or scrapes or bruises of that nature, right?
Not that I recall.
Did you notice any injuries to her lower body, her legs, her feet, let's say her feet or her buttocks?
I don't recall.
At any time while she was at South Shore Hospital, did she have a cardiac arrest?
Huh?
Not that I recall.
Do you know she had a cardiac arrest when brought to the Boston Hospital?
Did not know that.
How about blood? Was there any blood transfusion at South Shore Hospital medical center?
I don't recall.
You aware that she had a massive transfusion of blood once she hit Brigham and Women's?
Massive.
No,
What does that tell you? Massive transfusion of blood. What does that mean?
I couldn't comment on why they gave it to her.
Were the police in the hospital when she was there with you?
I don't recall.
Was she chained to the bed by handcuffs?
I don't recall.
Go ahead.
I love her answers.
You redirect?
Very briefly,
Very briefly.
Dr. McDonough, I'm just gonna give you your notes if that's okay.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, let her refresh her memory on all the
Take a look at it and then take your time and just look up when you're done.
You need this one.
Just, flip
Yeah,
the rest,
if she was an expert, she'd love to have it at the stand and just refresh it as they was asking the questions, but because she's not an expert, we have to stand there and watch her like she's gonna, I don't know, write something in it. Well, I was yesterday pure crap. See, that sucks.
Thank you.
Now, counsel asked you on cross-examination about pupils, right?
Mhm.
Was there anything notable, according to your now review of the notes, about Lindsay Clancy's pupils?
No,
So what did that tell you about her a possible head injury?
it just indicates that there's no obvious head injury or brain herniation.
Now, you indicated that she was somewhat unresponsive, but her eyes were open. She was nonverbal, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe her to be moving her arms around at various points?
She did move her arms on exam in response to painful stimuli.
And as far as the intubation goes, you're aware that she was in fact sedated in order to maintain intubation.
Again, I'm not certain of that because I was not the one who performed the intubation.
Okay. And you were asked about CSF. Having now kind of looked through your notes with your interaction with this patient, was there any note of cerebral spinal fluid, in either your assessment of them or your review of any of the CT results?
I didn't see any mention of that in my physical exam.
Now, as an emergency department physician, you're not treating all of these spinal injuries, correct?
No,
your focus is to assess, stabilize, and get them where they need to go, right?
Correct.
And so that's what you did with Miss Clancy.
right.
When the injuries that were described as a volar aspect, counsel mentioned that terminology to you, right?
Yes.
You've now in direct examination identified those injuries as superficial. What characteristics make you say superficial?
Because I wasn't able to visualize any active bleeding or muscle tissue or injury to tendons.
Right.
And is it fair to say that oftentimes patients that come into the emergency department might be, if they have some sort of injury to their spine, you don't want them to move, right?
Correct.
So they might be at some point kind of either put in soft restraints or restricted on the bed.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Is there anything further? All right, thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Nothing further? She answer all your questions? For being so rude?
The Commonwealth would call Rose Stoffers.
So weird that he gets so mad at the superficial. You want everybody to know that she tried to unalive herself. Which doctor is this? This must be the one where she went upstairs, maybe the neurologist.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rose Stoffers,
Could you spell your last name for the record?
Stoffers.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a sergeant on the state police in the crime scene services section
Oh, wow.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
since January of 2019.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the crime scene services section is of the Massachusetts State Police?
Sure. So we get called to all different kinds of crime scenes. Our main job is to document the scenes with photos and videos. We can also process evidence on scene, or we collect evidence and bring it back to our lab and we process it there. We're processing for fingerprints, and then we do fingerprint analysis, try to identify any fingerprints we find on the evidence.
She looks like.
And fair to say the state police crime scene services have labs across the state, right?
Correct.
And what office do you work at?
Right now I work out of the Boston office.
Going back to 2023, were you working out of the Lakeville office?
Yes.
And so fair to say the troopers that are out of that Lakeville office do respond to a lot of scenes here in Plymouth County?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th, 2023. Do you recall being called out to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth on that night?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived there?
I arrived at about 8:35 p.m.
Were you yourself or with anyone else from the unit?
I was by myself. I met then Trooper Lawler there. He's from the Plymouth Detective Unit. And I also met the forensic scientist there.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about that relationship that you as a trooper have with forensic scientists that work for the lab?
The forensic scientists are civilians who work for the lab, but they will come out to scenes as well. They do mostly testing of like biological evidence that we don't do. So we work closely with them both at scenes, and they share our office in Lakeville.
And fair to say that they're actually part of a different unit with the State Police Crime Lab called the Crime Scene Response Unit.
Correct.
But oftentimes is it the case that when you're responding to serious crime scenes like this one, that you're working in tandem with a forensic scientist from that unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so in this circumstance, you indicated that Maureen Hartnett also was at the South Shore Hospital with you?
Yes.
When you got to the South Shore Hospital, what was the purpose for you being called out there? What were you asked to do?
So my instructions were to document the defendant, any injuries that she had. Forensic scientist Hartnett was going to be taking swabs, and anytime they take swabs, we have to document the areas in which they swab.
So when you got to the South Shore Hospital, do you remember where you went in the hospital?
Yeah, I went to one of the trauma rooms in the emergency department.
Okay. And so were you able to make observations of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And do you see Lindsay Clancy in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. Record may reflect the identification.
Thank you. What were your observations of her when you saw her?
She was covered in like blankets and like heating devices, and she had a neck collar on. So when I first walked in the room, I couldn't see anything on her body because she was under the blanket other than like the neck brace and her face.
May I approach?
May.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how you observed Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
So is this as an exhibit?
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
All right.
Oh my
That
God.
may be admitted.
This guy acts like he has a date to get to or
I'm
something.
showing you now.
Like, I don't want to object to anything.
Can you see that from where you're sitting?
Yes.
And so this blanket, that's how you observed her in the trauma room.
Yes.
At some point, did you and other medical staff remove the blanket to document injuries?
We didn't remove the blanket, but we did remove her arms out from underneath the blanket.
And so were you able to do that on your own, or did you need assistance?
I needed assistance.
And why did you need assistance?
When I first attempted to pull out her right arm, she was uncooperative and pulling it back and fighting against us a little.
So did you enlist the help of the nurses to help you to remove her arm from the blanket?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations of kind of the temperature in the room at the time that you got in there?
Yes, it was very hot in the room.
Okay. And that blanket that you observed, were you aware that blanket was to kind of bring her body temperature up?
Yes.
When you were able to view her arms, when you first saw them, did they have anything on them?
There was a red-brown stain on her hands, and there was gauze on like her wrist area.
Did you enlist the help of the medical staff to remove the gauze?
Yes.
And why was that?
To document any injuries that might have been underneath.
And were you able to observe injuries?
Yes.
In addition to, well, strike that. The injuries that you observed or the areas of the body that you documented, what were they?
I documented, I took that first overall photo of her. I took a close-up of her face and the neck area that I could see. I documented both her hands, both sides of them, her wrist area underneath where the gauze was, and then the nurses assisted in opening up the neck brace, and I took photos of her neck as well.
And in addition to documenting the defendant herself, did you document any other items that were at the South Shore Hospital that evening?
Yes, I documented any personal belongings that were brought in with her.
And so you're aware that they removed clothing from her?
Yes.
And so you documented the clothing?
Correct.
And that she had 2 rings?
Yes.
And that you photographed those rings?
Yes.
And you're aware Trooper Lawler had retained those items?
I'm not sure who retained them from there.
Okay. But your role was just to document them?
Correct. I didn't take anything.
Okay. In regards to this particular case, well, go back for 1 second. In the crime lab, how does your unit or how do you identify particular cases that you work on?
As in like being called out to something?
Well, is there a way that you, once you get called out to a case and do work on a case, is there a way to track what you did with each case by some sort of case number or lab number?
Yes, we have a case number associated with it.
And as far as lab numbers go, you're aware that the crime lab follows pieces of evidence using the same lab number?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that track items that go through your system?
Yes, it. So our lab number goes into a computer system and it tracks everything. It keeps every report written on that case. It tracks the custody logs. It tracks every piece of evidence that's been involved in the case.
If it helps you, there's no issue as to chain of custody or foundation or anything like that.
Oh,
right,
thank you. Other than going out to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, do you recall being called out to another location later in relation to the same lab number?
Yes.
And that would have been on January 6th, 2023?
February 6th.
Or excuse me, February 6th, thank you. So where did you go?
I was called to the Plymouth Detective Unit's office in Brockton.
And did you meet or speak with one of the troopers from that office?
Yes, I did. Trooper Rabbit.
Trooper Rabbit. And what did he ask you to do on that day?
He asked me to photograph a bag of medication and some documents that were inside that bag that had been brought to their office.
Okay. This defense he must not go to court very often.
And did you do anything else with the items that Trooper Rabbit had in his possession on February 6th?
No, I just photographed them and left them with them.
Okay. And again, is that something that your unit sometimes is called out to do?
Yes.
He must settle out of court. Wow.
Attorney Reddington?
So, is it trooper or are you a chemist or?
Sergeant.
Sergeant, sorry. Sergeant, you had a search warrant apparently when you went into the house, I guess, with Trooper Rabbit?
I didn't go into the house.
Oh, so he just gave you the bag. In other words, you didn't go in the house and take pictures of any of the rooms or anything like that?
No, the bag was at their office when I went to their office.
Oh, okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Buckingham?
No.
All right, thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
He was gonna make sure she had a warrant to get the items. Oh my God. I don't have a problem with chain of custody, but I want to make sure you have a warrant to get the items that you asked for. Well, He objects to the weirdest things. Or he does cross on the weirdest things. It's funny. Are they going to break already?
At this point, so I'm going to ask you to go back. We'll get you back in here in a short while. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure. Please close the notebooks. Place them on your chairs.
It's so hard not to talk during these lawyers talking. I would be objecting so much. I'd be objecting to the prosecutor, though, too. This prosecutor.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
All rise.
For how long? How long are we in recess for? Jesus. Is it for 15 minutes? It's so hard not to object, though. That must be a junior lawyer with a law firm, or she's a junior law student getting her feet wet. I don't know. Holy crap. She does a lot of, she's like basically testifying. I don't know why she just doesn't ask the question and then just let them answer open-ended questions. That way they can answer the question. Of course, like, the defense is like, I don't really care. Let's just get on with it. Of course, maybe that's what they do in Massachusetts. I don't know. I've never seen a trial play out this way. They're just like, I don't care. I'm not objecting to anything. If it makes it easier, just put everything in as evidence. I'm not going to object to anything. I don't care about chain of custody. I'm not objecting to any of that. But you did have a search warrant, right? It's the funniest thing. And then he badgers the witness. Like, what? That's crazy. It's such crazy. I don't know. It's amazing to me. I wonder how long they're on break for. Because normally they go to break at 10:30 maybe. If they didn't have a search warrant, and then all the evidence be tossed out under certain circumstances. Well, but they had a search warrant to go in. That's what he's like. Well, he asked her. She's like, I didn't pick it up from the house. We always break for poker, right? All right. No, well, they always do their morning break for 15 minutes, but he just said until further notice, or we'll break for now. Like, he didn't give a time. Normally he gives a time. But I thought he always broke. I thought last week he was breaking at 11 for like 15 minutes. So I guess it's close enough. He's just wild to me. I wonder if he doesn't do a lot of cases anymore, like in court. I mean, he'd be wild to go to court with, because you'd just be like, all right, I'm going to put all this evidence in. And he doesn't even care. Like, I mean, I know you show everything prior to and you figure it all out, lemonade and all that stuff, but it's just like, I could just slip something in. He was just, I don't even care. Just put it all in. I'm not objecting to any of that. It just makes it easier. Like, and then he doesn't even want any foundation laid. I don't even care about foundation. I mean, don't lay any foundation. Just put it in, or just ask the questions. But like, if I was him, like as a defense, I'd be objecting to the prosecution. Like that lawyer is bad. Your witnesses on the stand should not be just answering yes and no questions. Yes, no, yes, no. She's basically testifying for her witnesses. Became a garage. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Did you make it to your interview, though? Don't remind me. But you can tell the DA is just a much better lawyer. She needs the employers are wild if they are shady. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, dude. They're wild if I'm guessing if they aren't shady about pay. Is what you meant to say. Oh, it's bullshit. If they are saying responsibility will be discussed. Just well, oh yeah, responsibilities will be discussed. Oh yeah. I had a couple horse farms tell me that, and I was like, "Wait, what? No, I'm a sulky trainer. Responsibilities. I know what my responsibilities are as a sulky trainer. When you say responsibilities will be discussed, we're not discussing anything because I don't shovel barn stalls. I don't like clean tack, all that. I train horses. You're supposed to have barn help to do all that. They're supposed to be already tacked up and ready to go when I get on that buggy. There's a whole different setup for a sulky trainer versus responsibility. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. It's wild. I get the jobs and then do the work and my commission. Right. Right? Yeah. It's wild out there right now. Then you have people that coming straight out of like school. Okay. Hi. Job market is wild out there right now. That is for sure. Hi. What you got? You got a baby? Where's your baby at? Let me see. Oh, what is that? Is that a bone? Oh, it's a bone. I thought you had a plushy baby. Where's your plushy baby? Where's your plushy baby? No. Where's your plushy baby? No. Where's your plushy baby? 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 There's some sister walking around. Where's your plushy baby? The hotel is going to be filled up tonight. Why is that? I get you. Where are you going to now? Are you going to another site? Move. Get him. Get him. I'll be right back.
session, you may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All rise. This court's now in session. You'll be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Rachelle Amade.
Oh, it's going to be the attorney again that has compound questions.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Inquire?
Yes, counsel, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rachelle Amade.
Do you mind spelling your first name for the record?
Rachelle, last name is Amede.
Thank you. And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a nurse at Brigham and Women's Hospital, the trauma surgical ICU.
How long have you been a nurse?
Almost 27 years.
Wow.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in nursing from Salem State University.
And how long have you worked at Brigham and Women's?
20 years this week.
And which unit did you say you worked in?
The trauma surgical ICU.
How long have you worked in that unit at Brigham?
8 years.
Going back to January of 2023, were you working in that same unit?
Yes.
And what was the shift that you normally worked?
I work the night shift, which is 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And what was your schedule like for any given week? Did you work back-to-back shifts or?
I can sometimes work back-to-back shifts.
Okay, but you always worked the night shift?
Night shift.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that you had some interaction with in January of 2023, and that was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall treating her?
Yes.
And was she in that trauma surgical intensive care unit?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you interacted with her?
Yes, I got her.
And would that have been on the first night she was there on January 24th?
Yes.
How did she come to your unit at the Brigham?
She came from the emergency room, went to MRI, then came to the ICU to me.
And were you aware that she had been seen at a local hospital?
Yes.
In Weymouth, the South Shore Hospital?
South Shore.
While you were treating her on that first night, Were you the main nurse assigned to her care?
Yes.
And what were your responsibilities as the nurse assigned to her care on that first night?
First night, she was intubated, came to me intubated. We had to maintain her blood pressure at a certain number, just care, regular nursing care.
Okay, and were you aware that she was on what's called a 1-to-1?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means patient usually can't be left alone, and also depending, you always have to have somebody outside the room with to monitor the patient.
And is that because that patient has been identified as a potential suicide risk?
Yes.
Now, on that, the 24th into the early morning hours of the 25th, was there a particular event that you were witness to for this particular patient?
She coded.
What does that mean?
Means her blood pressure dropped for her. It meant her blood pressure dropped and it wasn't sustainable with life.
So what did you do when her blood pressure fell and she coded?
We started CPR, we did compressions.
And this event occurred approximately at 3:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Was she eventually stabilized after that code?
She was.
And did they do something as far as intervention to try to maintain her blood pressure?
We increased her pressors. We added 2 more pressors. She was already on 2. They placed chest tubes in, started what we call a massive blood transfusion protocol.
And did this all occur in the trauma surgical intensive care unit, or did she have to be taken to a different unit?
No, it all occurred in her room.
And other than medical staff that were treating her that particular night, did you observe anybody else present?
She had 2 police officers outside the room.
Okay, and so did they remain outside the room for the duration?
Always outside the room, yes.
As far as your interaction with the patient on that particular night shift, was she responsive at all during the time that you saw her?
No.
And with intubation, you mentioned she was intubated. Is a patient often sedated in order to maintain intubation?
Yes.
Why is that?
Helps them not fight the vent, breathe better, and make sure that they're comfortable.
And what does sedation do to an individual?
You're calmer, you're sleeping.
Makes them more relaxed?
Relaxed, yeah.
Other than that night, that first night, the 24th into the 25th, did you have the occasion to treat this patient at other points within that week?
Yes, I have.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 26th of 2023. Do you recall interacting with her on that day?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that on the 26th, she was still intubated?
She was.
And under sedation?
Yes.
Well, during this time period on the 26th, was she arousable, meaning could you initiate some communication with her?
Some, yes.
And were you able to kind of give her commands in order to care for her that she was able to follow?
Yes.
And when I say able to follow, obviously.
Simple, yeah, commands.
What kinds of
Like, can you
commands?
squeeze my hand? Can you wiggle your toes? Just basic neuro check to just make sure she's alert and she's able to follow, understand what you're saying to her.
And for this particular patient, you're aware that she presented with a spinal injury, correct?
Correct.
And so movement of the lower extremities was not something that she did.
Correct.
But did you observe her to move her head around and move her arms around?
Yes.
Now, you also had the occasion to treat her in the overnight shift of January 28th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, she was also still intubated?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I've had her both intubated and
okay. While she was still intubated, did you have a system that you could use to communicate with her?
Writing.
Yes, board. We have a whiteboard or clipboard that sometimes patients can write on.
Did you observe her to utilize that whiteboard to write on it?
Yes.
And At this point, when she's writing on the board, her eyes are open and she's responsive.
Yes.
And she's able to tell you how she's feeling, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say she used that whiteboard to tell you she was confused and that she couldn't feel her lower extremities.
Yes.
And do you recall her complaining of having pain?
I don't recall.
During this time period on the 28th, do you recall whether the patient was placed into restraints?
Yes.
And why was that?
Well, we restrain all patients that are intubated for safety.
And why?
So they don't pull out the tube or pull out any lines that they have.
Okay, and so as they're not at that level of sedation anymore where they're just completely asleep, there is danger that they could move and cause damage to
Medical equipment out of
Okay. And so in this case, as far as the restraints go, fair to say that they were soft restraints.
Soft, yeah.
And what does that look like for a patient?
Meaning?
Well, like what does a soft restraint look like?
A soft restraint, it's like maybe I would say a cushion restraint, and then it's tied to the sides of the bed.
When she said cushion,
all the way around your wrist.
Okay. At some point by the end of that shift, you recall that she was extubated.
Yes.
Can you tell us what extubation is?
That means you remove the tube. You usually stop all sedation.
And were you able to make observations of the patient once she was extubated?
Yes.
Did her presentation change at all from your previous interactions with her?
No.
Did you have the occasion to treat her again on January 30th?
Yes.
And again, at that point, she has already been extubated. And are you able to then make an assessment of her without the tube in about her orientation and her alertness?
Yes.
Is that something that you kind of do each and every shift?
Every shift, yeah.
Was she still on sedation medication at that time?
No.
And what was your observations of the patient's demeanor now that she's extubated?
She's flat, no emotion either way.
And is that fairly consistent with what your observations were of her during the course of your time treating her?
Yes.
How about being alert and oriented? Did you observe her to be alert and oriented?
She was.
And did you observe her to identify sleep as an ongoing issue?
Yes.
And so as part of the plan for treating her, did you address the sleep?
Yes.
And how did you guys address sleep?
The plan was to start the first sleeping medication for her. I don't remember exactly which one, and then wait a couple hours, see if it worked, and if not, try another medication.
Okay, and this actually occurred over the course of a few days.
Few days, yeah.
During the time when you observed her to be flat, as far as her affect goes, did you also observe her to be cooperative?
Yes.
Meaning she followed your directions?
Yes.
Did you treat her, or were you the overnight nurse for her on February 2nd? You recall?
Yes.
On this particular night, February 2nd, do you remember her making a particular request of you or ask you for something specific?
I think that was the night she wanted to reach out to her lawyer.
And did you note that in your nursing notes?
Yes.
Why did you note that particular request?
I see counsel.
Why? It's an observation. She's a nurse. Why she noted it, she put it down. She isn't giving testimony of she's putting her opinion of why she put it down, not of her opinion of why Lindsay or what was said. There's no hearsay.
Yeah, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. So on this particular night, the 2nd, she made a request of you for her lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Was that something she had asked you before?
No.
And so did you think it was something worth noting?
Yes.
Why would you note something like that?
Because that was the first time she referred to anything going on with the case. Or
okay, and so you had the occasion after she was extubated to have some casual conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
And this was not a conversation you'd had before?
No.
What did you do when she made that request? What was your response?
I sent what we call a consult to the social worker in order to coordinate reaching out to her lawyer.
See, nothing was said, so it wasn't.
In any of the shifts that you had been caring for this particular patient, did you see anyone besides medical staff and the law enforcement that were outside of the room come in and speak with her?
No.
Were you aware that she was not to have visitors?
Yes, I was told the first night.
And is that something that you've seen before in your work as a nurse when there are police on site?
Yes.
Were you present at one point when some troopers came in to take photographs of her?
Yes.
And were you in the room when they took the photographs?
Yes.
Do you recall assisting them in viewing the injuries to her wrists and her neck?
I don't know if I don't remember assisting.
Okay, but you were present.
I was present, like in the room with her.
And fair to say, your contact ended with this patient on February 3rd when she was transferred off of the trauma surgical ICU unit.
Yes.
So, one moment.
Sure.
No, you were not the only nurse to treat her on the night shift, correct?
Correct.
So on days that you didn't work, another nurse treated her.
Exactly.
And were you familiar with the nurse who was generally assigned to treat her during the day?
Yes.
And who was that?
Meghan Collins.
Meghan Collins. And is it fair to say that with the law enforcement presence and this patient's particular situation, the amount of medical staff that were treating her on a regular basis was fairly limited?
Correct.
Meaning it was the same
Yes.
people all the time?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
First of all, you have the certified copies of the records from Brigham and Women's Hospital. I'd like copies.
Commonwealth, any objection?
I actually have those on a disc. I was going to put the disc in instead of all the paper.
Why don't we put both in?
Sure.
We could do A and B.
Thank you. Now let's talk about a lawyer first, since that was the last that they asked you about. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of these dates or facts. She was admitted on the 24th of January. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have a memory as to approximately what time was it in the evening?
Well, she got to the ICU, it was around 3.
Okay. You're very soft spoken.
Sorry.
You can just keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you.
She got to the ICU around 3 a.m.
Thank you. And she came by med flight?
She came to me from MRI.
And MRI obviously would be when you're taking the pictures.
Picture, yeah.
And that would be on the 24th of January in the early morning hours, correct?
I think it went into the 25th.
Into the 25th?
I think
Yeah,
so.
3 a.m. would be the 25th.
Counsel asked you about the whiteboard that she would write on. And I think it was, again, if I'm wrong, correct me, was it January 28th that she used for the first time the whiteboard to communicate?
Yes.
And the whiteboard basically is just a whiteboard and,
Yeah.
and you write on it.
Erasable.
And she was not able to speak because she was intubated, right?
Yes.
And she was in the restraints that you've described as well, right?
Right.
Moving forward, January 28, 29, 30, into February 1st, February 2nd. It was on February 2nd that counsel asked you about her asking to reach out to her lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And do you know who her lawyer was at that time?
No.
No.
Had you seen him before?
No.
Did you know, is his name Attorney Gelb?
No.
Make any reference to you?
No.
Do you know that whether or not she had conversation with Attorney Gelb regarding her status as being under arrest by the numerous police that were guarding the room?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not she was ever able to talk to Attorney Gelb, or did you refer her to the social worker people?
I put in a consult for the social worker.
Okay, thank you. When she was admitted on the 24th, would you agree that she was in the state of cardiac arrest shortly thereafter?
Shortly after arriving to me.
So I'm looking at the medical records that have been introduced for the jurors, and I'm referencing on page 18, if I may.
Thought you didn't want pages. Page numbers. Thought you didn't care about that.
Now, this is one page of 400 pages of medical records.
Can you see that?
But
All right, here we
looking at this, does it indicate it's an SICU course?
Surgical ICU.
I'm sorry?
Surgical ICU.
Okay. And that makes reference to the fact that shortly after arriving in the ICU, the patient had a cardiac arrest. Is that fair?
Yes,
Were you there then?
I was.
And when it says the etiology of the arrest, she got 2 rounds of CPR before obtaining ROSC. Can you tell me, please, what is CPR at 2 rounds and what is ROSC?
We did chest compression. She was already intubated, so she was getting oxygen.
Okay. And then bilateral chest tubes were placed in her body?
Yes,
Does that mean from both sides?
both sides.
Okay. And that punctures through the chest into what, the lungs?
The lungs.
Okay, the lungs. And when they placed the chest tubes, at this point, shortly after admission, there was 100 to 300 cc's of blood from each chest tube? What does that mean?
That's the output they got once they put the chest
Sorry
tube.
again, just can you keep your voice?
That's the output they got once they put the chest tube in?
Okay. So when they put the chest tube in, it drained 100 to 300 cc's of blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then after that, again, shortly after admission to the hospital, coming from South Shore Hospital, she then got a massive transfusion protocol, which you told us about, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Means she gets, we have a protocol that with blood, depending blood products,
Okay.
she gets infused rapidly.
And
Protocol.
was there a notice shortly after arrival to the ICU, she was being turned and had 30 cc's of clear fluid that came out of her nose. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is that? Was there a suspicion that that was what's called CSF?
Yes.
And what is CSF?
It's spinal fluid.
Okay. Going to the next page, which would be 19, does it indicate, again, on there, if I can just bring this up a little bit better. So she now has noted acute blood loss, anemia, right? What does that mean?
She has a low blood count.
And do you know what happened to the blood, or any idea?
I do not.
So she had very low, lost a lot of blood, right?
Yes.
And she had anemia. That would be what, low blood or something?
Yes.
And she required multiple transfusions immediately following her arrest, right?
Yes.
And when it says arrest, does that mean arrest by the police or does that mean the cardiac? I want to make sure that's clear. It's cardiac arrest, nothing to do with the police. Okay. And she had required multiple transfusions. And you were there for that, correct?
Yes.
They're really pushing this malpractice thing.
Were you aware of the extent of after you had the after you have the MRIs and the CAT scans, were you aware as the lead nurse or treating nurse as to what the extent of her injuries were?
At that point, I don't believe so.
All right. At some point, did you become aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and again, I've got the records, you don't, so let me do it this way, just to make it easy. Do you remember that she had a burst fracture of C1?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means a cerebral fracture.
That'll be up here. So this is the cervical spine
Cervical.
up here.
Mm-hmm.
And then T5 and T6, there was a transection. What does that mean?
Thoracic.
Okay, so
On the spine.
Down here. Yeah. And when it says transection, what does that mean?
It's severed.
And then T1, 2, 3, 4 also were injured as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is neurogenic shock? What does that mean? If you know.
Neurogenic shock?
Sorry, yeah, neurogenic shock. It just makes reference on.
These are not my notes, so I can't really.
That's fine. I understand. And this would be on page 65. Do you recall reviewing the documentation as to what's captioned present illness in the records? Did you know that she was presenting as a transfer from Social Hospital?
Yes.
Did you know that that under present illness in the history would be that she's a 32-year-old female with history significant for postpartum depression? Did you know that?
Yes.
And did you know that after the fall with the C1 burst fracture and the complex transection of T5 and T6, she also had rib fracture, correct?
Yes.
That could be CPR.
On page 66, that would make reference to the time frame going into the 25th, on the 25th, that she was reacting to painful stimuli, right?
Yes.
And that basically means that she's not conscious, if you will, but she's able to react to.
If you cause pain.
Yeah. Okay. There's a notation of a contusion, laceration, and crushing of the thyroid with thyroidal edema. What does that mean?
She has swelling, I'm assuming, around her thyroid.
Okay, and that is.
Again, this is not my scope of practice. So.
Okay. On page 70, the same evening, making reference to the fact that in addition to the injuries to the spine, that she also had the rib fractures and was currently in shock. Would you remember that she was in shock? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, or do you recall that there's a notation that this patient is critically ill, and noting that she has postpartum psychosis on page 72?
Objection. How did he know? An ask and answered. For one, and that's not her notes. And she, oh my gosh, she's an ICU nurse. She's literally emergency ICU nurse, and she's literally, why don't they call the doctor who is literally wrote the notes and ask that doctor? Jesus. ICU people, emergency ICU, emergency doctors are there to treat, to get stabilized and ship them to another location where they're being treated for whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're there to stabilize. get the person stabilized. Like the whole postpartum thing. Do you know she had postpartum? Okay. And I'm treating the injury, the injuries to stabilize the person, not the postpartum. Her mental health didn't have anything to do with this nurse. She was treating the injuries. This is wild work. She was treating the falling out of the window to stabilize her, to get her to wherever she needed to go, to get her out of ICU. I don't know what he's trying to prove here or what he's trying to do, or I don't know what his gotcha moment is, but this nurse isn't going to give it to him. And this is a nurse, an ICU nurse. And although they can do a lot, still not a doctor. A doctor probably wrote those notes.
When you're treating a patient, one of the things you try to do is to know what their total body and emotional condition is, what they've been dealing with, and what injuries they have, right?
We get a rundown or history of the patient.
Sure. And as it goes into the end of January, and she had been communicating on the whiteboard, you were aware at that point why she was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
You knew where she came from, South Shore Hospital, right?
Yes.
And you knew that there had been discussion about postpartum psychosis. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Still treating her.
And do you recall that, and this would be on, may I approach you under the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
You can maybe, if you could show counsel. Wait.
He hates this. Look at his face.
I want the date and the time. And the lawyer, legal team.
Ugh.
So I'm just showing you one page from the medical record. Can you tell me in terms of what date is this page from?
125.
January 25.
If I'd ask you if you keep your voice, at least speak in the.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, thank you.
January 25th,
Okay. Does it say what time?
9 a.m., 9:03 a.m.
All right. Can I see that for a second? Thank you. And looking at that, do you recall on that date, you had been working with her the night before, correct?
Correct.
Where it indicates that the patient is under arrest, right?
Yes.
And there are police officers at her bedside. Right?
Outside the room.
Well, it says at her bedside on the record, doesn't it?
If that's
in the record, but I'm saying
And the night before,
they were outside her room.
outside the room. You were not there during the day, apparently, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a difference from you guys as far as your medical records. If the police officer is at the bedside as opposed to sitting in a chair in the hallway outside the room. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So indicating police officer at her bedside, we will involve the social work and legal teams, right?
Yes.
They weren't propped up next to her. You know, medical staff have to get to her. They'd be in the way. Come on now, dude. I mean, we're playing semantics here.
And again, on page 72, there's a reference to CSF leak, and that's significant. It says significant amount of fluid coming from her nose. Do you have any memory of observing that in your treatment?
I did.
Okay. And then, of course, there was the code event that you've already described for us. There's the 100 to 300 cc's of blood coming from the tubes, and then it makes reference to, on page 74, to massive transfusion protocol. Is that like a medical term, or is that somebody
Yes,
describing it, or?
It's a medical, it's a protocol that we have at the hospital.
Okay.
I'm glad she keeps.
And on page 75, did you make reference to, or did you observe the injuries, for example, to her wrist?
I observed.
Yes. And would you agree with me, page 75 of the medical record, indicating if it says RUE, what does RUE mean? Do you know?
Oh, right upper extremity.
Right upper extremity. 3.5 centimeter deep laceration. Volar aspect of
Go back to the mic.
Tell me, what is the volar aspect of the wrist?
The inside.
I just don't know.
I'm not sure what that's referring to.
That's fine. Would you agree that there was noted a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on her wrist?
I can't say because I didn't measure. This is somebody else's note, so.
Well, when you looked at her, did you observe with your own eyes and your own experience that she had a deep laceration on the...
She had a laceration, yes.
You can't say it's deep or not?
I can't say. I didn't.
You want to say it was superficial?
I can't say that either.
So when you looked at the laceration on her wrist, you can't tell us if you would agree that it was a deep laceration.
I really didn't get to assess it at the time when she arrived. So.
LUE, underneath that, left upper extremity apparently, right?
Yes.
2 centimeter deep laceration, again, on the volar aspect of the wrist. You did see laceration on the left wrist?
Yeah, she had dressings.
Okay.
Witness.
And when she was admitted, she had the core temperature of 82 degrees. Is that correct?
So what?
That's what's noted.
All right. Do you remember, did they use a bear claw or something like that? What is it they call it? They put
a bear hugger?
Bear hugger. They put a bear hugger blanket on them. And when I say them, I mean people that have a low
temperature to warm them up.
It hopefully raises the temp, right?
Yeah.
And then if it has warm intravenous IVF, that would be putting warm saline in the body?
Yes, through an IV.
All right, all with an effort to try to get the temperature up, right?
Yeah.
And her core temperature was 82 degrees even after she was at the South Shore Hospital and underneath the bear thing and all that, and still?
That's what's noted.
Yeah.
Again, that's not my note.
Wasn't it?
Yes.
She was in the snow. I mean, yeah, it would be low.
You made reference to pressors. I'm sorry, can you tell me?
Pressors, blood pressure medication to bring up the blood pressure.
Okay.
I have to do that every time I go into surgery. My blood pressure's
On January 26th,
not in the cold.
she was still intubated, is that right?
Yes.
And she was under sedation, right?
Yes.
And then you referenced January 28th overnight shift, she was still intubated, right?
Yes.
And January 28th is when she first started utilizing the whiteboard, is that correct?
Yes.
But she was intubated, yes?
Yes.
She was restrained to the bed,
yes?
And had the tube was still in her mouth, and she was writing on a whiteboard on the 28th of January, correct?
She was able to, yes.
January 30th, she was extubated, as the district attorney asked you, right?
Yes.
So at that point, was she able to talk, like, talk?
Talk.
Okay. And then on February 2nd is when she used she asked about wanting to reach out to her attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you had no knowledge as to her mother and father getting an attorney for her while she was in custody with the police all around her?
Objection, absent answer.
Okay. And you tried to help her out as best you could.
Yeah,
right?
to coordinate. It's harder at night to, so I wanted to pass it on.
And finally, she was not able to have visitors per order of the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Como, redirect.
Yes, briefly. Jesus, dude.
Ms. Amade, the first time that Ms. Clancy, the defendant, the patient used a whiteboard with you was on January 28th, correct?
Yes.
You're not aware of if she used that tool with other nurses on other shifts,
No.
were you?
No.
And the first time that she mentioned a lawyer on the February 2nd, that's the first time she mentioned a lawyer to you, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the trauma in the chest tube and that she lost 100 to 300 cc's of blood.
Yes.
The transfusion came after that, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say the course of her treatment coming to Brigham was that she first came in through the emergency department, correct?
Yes.
Then she was sent for an MRI.
Yes.
And then she came to the trauma surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she had other imaging like CT scans, correct?
Yes.
And that especially when it came to the head CTs, she didn't have any intracranial injuries or anything that required that you be focused on her head injury, correct?
Correct.
So it was more a cardiac issue and keeping her stable and internal bleeding in the chest area.
Yes.
As far as what you're aware of from other treating physicians, you're aware Dr. Anderson was one of the trauma surgeons that was treating the patient?
Yes.
And he was making assessments and giving orders to you and other nurses, fair to say?
Yes.
And are you aware that he identified in the history that this patient actually had a history of postpartum mood symptoms, not psychosis?
I would have to look at the note. I don't remember.
Those aren't notes that you would have written?
No.
And you weren't taking a full history of the patient?
Not at the time, no.
Were you aware that she then subsequently was fully evaluated by the psychiatric team?
I knew she saw psych, yes.
And were you aware that they ultimately identified that there's an inherent uncertainty in her diagnosis?
I do not remember.
As far as the lacerations went, in your treatment of her, again, you treated her overnight shifts for various days, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have a situation where you had to change her bandages because they were seeping?
No.
And are you aware that
Except for the first night, but we didn't get to that because she coded.
Because she coded. Yeah. And then you're aware that the next day after, another individual, a physician's assistant, actually came in and treated those lacerations.
Sutured, yeah.
And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, were you aware that on January 25th, he noted that the lacerations to her neck and wrists were very superficial and didn't require treatment at that time?
I was not aware. Don't remember that note.
Would you, if I showed you the record that's in his note, would you agree that that's an assessment that he made?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't instruct you to do anything further with those injuries?
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Very briefly.
Sure.
Mr. Attorney asked you about the evaluation by the as she put it, psychiatric teams with a determination that there was inherent uncertainty according to the psychiatric teams. Do you know when the psychiatric teams were evaluating her?
I don't know. It was during the day. I don't know what day, but.
But in any event, I did show you on the thing over there, where the reference was made to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And so yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Any further? All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right, Como.
Commonwealth would call Meghan Collins.
Daytime nurse.
Next up, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right. Tree Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Meghan Collins.
Would you mind spelling your first name for the record?
Meghan.
And-
Collins, Collins.
Thank you. And what do you do for work?
I'm an ICU nurse.
And how long have you been a nurse?
11 years.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Sacred Heart.
What hospital do you currently work at?
Brigham and Women's.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years.
In January of 2023, what unit were you working on at the Brigham?
The trauma surgical ICU.
Did you work a particular shift?
I did.
And what shift was that?
7A to 7P.
So 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you just have to answer out loud, sorry.
Okay, yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that was treated there beginning on January 24th, Lindsay Clancy. Are you familiar with that patient?
Yes.
Were you a nurse that was treating her during that day shift while she was in the ICU?
I was.
Are you aware that she arrived at that Brigham Hospital on January 24th of 2023?
When she was admitted to our ICU, it was overnight.
So as far as the hospital, do you know when she arrived at the hospital?
I believe the evening prior.
And you, a patient who comes to your hospital doesn't automatically come to the ICU, correct?
That's correct.
Where do they go first, usually?
The emergency room.
And you're aware this particular patient actually went through a local hospital before being transferred to the emergency department at Brigham and then to the ICU, correct?
Correct.
And so when you interacted with her, she had already been at the ICU unit for that night shift. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Interacted. She was intubated when she arrived.
And
wow,
were you with her the entire day of the 25th from that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift?
Yes.
And was she on what's called the 1-to-1 during that day?
Yes.
And what does that mean for you as the nurse if she's on the 1-to-1?
She was 1-to-1 nursing per our ratios because of how critically ill she was.
And so you were there pretty much the entire time?
Correct.
Were there any other people there other than the medical staff and yourself treating her? Were there any other people there?
There were officers, police officers.
And they were outside the room?
Correct.
Had you taken over care of this patient from another nurse on the night shift?
Yes.
And who was that?
Rachelle.
And you are familiar with Rachelle? You've worked with her before?
Yes, I have.
And were you advised that over the course of the night shift that this patient had coded?
I was.
And when you came on shift in the morning, because of what had happened overnight, were you aware that she was sent for additional CT scans?
We went for CT imaging in the morning when I got there because she was not stable overnight.
Okay. And you said she was intubated, correct?
Correct.
How about, was she responsive during that first day that you encountered her?
The first shift that I had her, we were focused on her injuries and keeping her sedated. So the interactions, responses were minimal, but that was intentional as she was, again, like I said, so critically ill.
And so you also said that she was sedated for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that often happens when a person is intubated, that they're sedated?
It is.
What happens if an individual isn't under sedation and they're intubated?
It is patient dependent, but majority of patients are not able to tolerate the breathing tube and it's uncomfortable. So we give them medications to keep them as comfortable in tolerating the breathing tube as possible.
Now you mentioned treating injuries and keeping the patient stable as your primary goal, correct? Were you able to make note of some physical injuries that the patient had?
Yes.
And were there some obvious injuries that you could observe?
Yes.
To her neck and wrist area?
Correct.
Please.
Approach the witness. I'll show you 2 photographs, okay? Does that look familiar to you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
Yes.
that to be the patient, Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
And fair to say she has a breathing tube?
She does.
And then the second one, again, just the other side of her neck. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Are these very inaccurate representations of the neck injury that you observed for this particular patient?
To the best of my memory, yes.
All right, they may be admitted.
I'm going to show you on the screen. Marked as exhibit 142 and 143. And you said that's, to the best of your memory, what the injuries on her neck look like, correct?
That's correct.
And during your treatment of her, did those injuries require constant attention?
They required dressing changes. It did not require constant attention. She had multiple injuries.
So fair to say she had more significant spinal injuries and other issues that you were working to stabilize her on, correct?
Correct.
Now, you treated her on the 25th, right? And did you treat her on the 26th? To your best of your memory?
I would have to go back and look.
I don't have a problem if she leads her with records if she does.
As far as January 26th on that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift, do you recall making notes that the patient required additional sedation due to the tube intolerance?
Yes.
Okay. And that she was started on low dose of propofol?
That is correct.
And that in the afternoon that she had chest tubes and you kind of checked those chest tubes to, it says, interval CXR looked okay with chest tubes to water seal.
Yes, that's correct.
And so she had previously been given chest tubes and your role was just to kind of make sure that everything was fine.
They placed bilateral chest tubes, and monitoring those is a part of my responsibilities in the ICU, and we were concerned for her respiratory status. So that is why I made a note of it.
Okay. And as far as the injuries that were a part of your assessment of her, fair to say on January 29th, you also were treating her that day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you made a note where you identified injuries, right?
Correct.
And those injuries would have been things that were reported to you based on a doctor's review of labs and images and that kind of thing, correct?
Yes.
You don't make your own assessment about thoracic injuries or cervical injuries.
I do not diagnose.
Also on the 29th or the 28th into the 29th, that is at that point when the patient was extubated, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall making observations of the patient when after she was extubated?
She was not extubated on my shift. I was there the following day.
Okay. Did you note how her demeanor, her presentation the next day?
I did.
And fair to say you noted increased confusion, agitation, and picking at lines and drains, correct?
That's correct.
And fair to say the patient had to be restrained because of the activity.
That is correct.
Is that something that you often see when patients come out of intubation, that when they're extubated, that they exhibit signs of confusion or delirium?
Yes, it's called ICU delirium.
And over the course of the next few days in your interactions with her, did you see that delirium decline or decrease?
Yes, it was a multimodal approach to manage the delirium, agitation, and it did get better and it did improve.
And fair to say, during the time that you were treating this particular patient, there was also sleep issues that were part of the treatment plan.
That is correct.
And on January 29th and January 30th of 2023, were you present when the psych consult team came in to speak with the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was the purpose of you being present?
The purpose is we had consulted the psychiatry team to evaluate and determine capacity. And my role is as the ICU nurse is advocacy on behalf of the patient and to alert the providers if there's any changes in the mental status.
Now, when they came in and you said advocate for their position, you're aware that the patient was looking to change her healthcare proxy, correct?
The patient was changing her healthcare proxy. That is correct.
And that there has to be an evaluation to determine whether she's of a particular mental status and medically able to make that decision on her own. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was present other than yourself and the psych doctors, the doctors from the psychiatric unit?
There was the social worker, myself, and her lawyer was present.
Had you been present when a lawyer or somebody else was with her prior to this consult?
No.
And fair to say, you were made aware very early on that there was a particular group of people that would be having access to this individual, correct?
Can you clarify?
Well, is it fair to say that the treatment team was kept small on purpose? Meaning the same people were coming in and being the nurse, day and night staff. There was limited access. Is that fair to say?
It was kept to a smaller team, but that was also protection of privacy for the patient.
And during the course of time when she's on the ICU, which is between the 24th to February 3rd, there's always law enforcement posted outside the room, correct?
Yes, and it was because she was...
Well, I'm just asking you if there were law enforcement.
There was.
Well, he's going to crawl.
Do you recall having to check with the nursing director and the legal team at the hospital to make sure that it was permissible to allow anyone in besides medical staff?
Yes, that's standard protocol.
And when she was transferred off of the your unit on February 3rd, did you have any further contact with her?
I did not.
Jesus.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right.
They're going to call that. Wow.
Afternoon, I think. Yeah. How many years you been a nurse?
11.
Oh, 11.
And you obviously take that position as very serious, and your concern is to protect your patient. Is that right?
That is.
You made reference to the fact that she was changing her documents as far as healthcare proxy.
Yes.
Did you know anything? Did you know who she was changing it from, her husband to her mother and father, or did you know anything about the specifics?
She was changing it from Patrick to her parents.
Thank you. And finally, what is a DNR?
DNR means do not resuscitate.
Do you know what her DNR was?
Her code status was full at the time that I took care of her.
Do you recall that she had indicated repeatedly that she wanted a DNR, that she did not want to be resuscitated if emergency arose?
I was not privy to that knowledge.
Okay, but that's noted in the medical record. It would be noted in the records, right?
It would be, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Attorney Buckingham?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Please sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Shah.
That was painful to sit through.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Sejal, S-E-J-A-L. Last name is Shah, S-H-A-H.
What's your date of birth?
5/8/81.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you briefly describe your education and training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did my undergraduate in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania, followed by medical school at Jefferson Medical College, also in Philadelphia. I moved I moved up to Boston to do my residency in psychiatry at Brigham and Women's Hospital and Beth Israel Deaconess, followed by a fellowship in consultation liaison psychiatry at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then stayed on as a faculty member.
And where do you work currently?
I work at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And what is your role there?
I'm Associate Chief of the Division of Psychiatry and Medicine, leading the consultation liaison psychiatry service at Brigham.
And what is the consultation and liaison service?
Yeah, so consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty of psychiatry that works at the interface of psychiatry and medicine. So we work both in the inpatient and outpatient settings. In this particular instance, we get called by other healthcare providers that may need help with their patients or have a question related in the psychiatric realm. And so I would see a patient that's admitted to the hospital and help provide recommendations to the physicians and the rest of the care team that's caring for that patient.
So basically, say at the Brigham, if a patient's being treated there and a medical doctor is treating them and thinks that they need a consultation with a psychiatrist, your department would be called.
That's correct.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Brigham?
19 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January of 2023. Did you interact with a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And was that on January 29th, 2023?
Yes, that was the first of a handful of times that I saw her.
And why did you meet with Lindsay Clancy on January 29th, 2023?
So my team was seeing Ms. Clancy for a number of reasons, including for psychiatric safety risk assessment. She had come in reporting a suicide attempt, which is a common reason why my team would be called, is to continue to ensure that patients are safe when they're in the hospital. So we make recommendations about kind of safety status, what can we do to help keep a patient safe, but then we also make recommendations related to medications. So that's why my team was following her. So that was one of the reasons why I saw her on the 29th, is to continue that assessment. I was also called to ask I was asked a new question that day, a consult question on whether she was able to make the decision to change her healthcare proxy from her, at the time, husband to her parents.
And when you consult to help determine whether someone's capable of making a decision like that, changing their healthcare proxy. Are you evaluating their medical decision-making capacity?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you go about doing that?
So there's generally 4 parts to medical decision-making capacity. The first is whether somebody's able to voice a choice and whether that choice is consistent over time. The second is whether they understand the situation under which they're making that choice. The third part is appreciation of the risks and benefits. And the fourth part is kind of being able to reason or rationalize that information to be able to come to a choice and how they came to that choice.
Now, if you're doing this evaluation to determine someone's capacity to make decisions, would a traumatic brain injury factor into that evaluation?
It could.
When you evaluated Lindsay Clancy, was she able to voice a choice to you about who she wanted to be her healthcare proxy?
Yes.
And is she speaking to you or writing this down?
She's speaking.
So she's already been extubated at that point?
That's correct.
And she's speaking to you, and were you aware that Patrick Clancy was her healthcare proxy?
I was told that by her primary medical team.
And when you talked to Ms. Clancy, did she tell you who she wanted to take over that role?
She did.
And who was that?
Both her parents.
And you talked about that needing to be a consistent choice. How did you ensure that was a consistent choice with her?
Yeah, so we waited to make the change from Patrick Clancy to her parents until the next day for a variety of reasons. We wanted to ensure that that choice was consistent over time, and especially because the day that I saw her, she had just gone through some pretty major medical events, including she had a major spine surgery, a decompression and a fusion. She had gone through some oxygen desaturation overnight, so was not breathing as well. Her heart rate was up, all of which then led to her being what we call delirious. She was confused overnight to the point where she asked her nurse, "Am I delirious?" And she was also experiencing some visual hallucinations. So that was one of the reasons why I was called in, to make sure that she was able to make that decision to change her healthcare proxy. And then in addition, the team had also voiced, concerns that she had come in after a reported suicide attempt. And so making sure that she was able to make that decision of sound mind. And so we actually waited until the next day when she could be reassessed. At that point, her delirium had cleared, and she was continuing to make that consistent choice to change her healthcare proxy to her parents.
And in fact, you noted in the medical records that the hallucinations were part of an issue with oxygen.
It could be. That could be one of the reasons. Delirium is usually due to a variety of different medical reasons. Oxygen desaturation could be one of them. She had also just recently had anesthesia related to a surgery that she had on her spine. So that could be another reason. And then her heart rate was also actually quite elevated. So that could be another reason.
Is it common for patients who are just coming off of anesthesia from surgery, who have an issue with oxygen and other medical issues that you described, to have visual hallucinations?
They can. It's not that everybody does, but they can. And delirium can be quite common after surgery, and particularly anesthesia.
And those hallucinations that she was having, those were resolved by the next day. They were over by the next day, correct?
That's correct.
And her choice to change her healthcare proxy to her parents was consistent the following day, correct?
That's right.
You also talked about the patient has to understand the risks and benefits of the decision, correct?
That's correct.
How do you make sure the patient understands that?
Yeah, so one of the things we do is really ask patients to take us through their thought process of why they're making that decision and what led to them making that decision at that moment in time. So we're able to kind of see their thought process and ensure that they're understanding, what it means to remove one person and add another.
And what was Ms. Clancy's thought process in explaining that to you?
Yeah, she was saying that her parents are quite supportive to her, and that she was thinking that she would have to change her healthcare proxy from her husband to somebody else. And we didn't necessarily go into the reasons as to, why she would have to change it, but she explained that she was very close with her parents. They would see each other frequently, given that they lived in close geographic proximity, and that she felt that they were very supportive to her and would have her best interests in mind should we need to invoke the healthcare proxy, or that if she couldn't make her own medical decisions.
So was there a concern on her part that her husband wouldn't have her best interests at mind at that point in time?
Objection.
You also talked about the patient. You have to make sure the patient's thinking about the information rationally. How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, so one of the things we do is really ensure that the patient understands the situation and all of the kind of parts around it. So this comes into play much more when it's about a specific medical intervention, like an invasive medical procedure, or something like an amputation or a surgery. With a healthcare proxy, one of the things you want to make sure is that the person that they want to change their healthcare proxy to or appoint as their healthcare proxy makes sense in the context of their life. And, Ms. Clancy was able to talk about how her parents were quite involved in her life. And so that's one of the things that we would assess.
Okay. And then the last thing was making sure the patient understands the risk if the change doesn't happen. Did you go over that with Ms. Clancy, and how did you do that?
Yeah, I did go over that with her. We talked a little bit about how it could mean that she would not have a healthcare proxy were she not to appoint her parents. And so we went through that, it's always in healthcare, we always talk about how it's great to have a healthcare proxy just in case you become unable to make medical decisions, and who would you want that to be?
And during this conversation with the defendant, going over all these points, did you ever have difficulty understanding her?
I did not.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding you?
So the first day when I saw her on January 29th, she described herself as feeling confused, and I definitely witnessed that as well. We went through a bedside cognitive evaluation, and she definitely made some mistakes on some of the cognitive evaluation. Therefore, I did diagnose her at that time with delirium.
And then she was reevaluated the following day, and there were no issues with her understanding, and the delirium was gone, correct?
That's correct.
And were you aware during this evaluation that Ms. Clancy did not have a brain injury?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that Ms. Clancy did not have a brain injury at that time?
One of the things that we look at is any kind of relevant medical information that might be available to us. And I noticed that her Glasgow Coma Scale, when she was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital, was a 10, which would indicate that she could potentially have had a moderate brain injury. But I don't recall thinking about whether, specifically whether she had a brain injury.
Were you aware that a CAT scan was done, page 110 of the records, and on the CAT scan, the impression was no acute intracranial findings, so no brain injury.
So you can.
CAT scan.
I did review the head imaging that was available at the time. You can have a normal CAT scan and still have a brain injury.
Were you aware that she had multiple CAT scans that showed no bleeding in the brain, no skull fractures, no injuries, just visible injuries whatsoever?
I'm sorry, but can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that she had multiple CAT scans at South Shore Hospital and at Brigham and Women's that showed no skull fractures, no intracranial bleeding, no hemorrhaging, no visible damage whatsoever?
Yes.
And were you aware that she was evaluated at South Shore Hospital and at the Brigham, and she had no external injuries on her head either?
Yes.
Now, she was allowed to change her healthcare proxy to her parents, correct?
That's correct.
So if someone was had an injury, a brain injury, to the point where they didn't know what was going on, or they were having trouble processing or thinking, they wouldn't be allowed to change their healthcare proxy, correct?
It depends to what extent. Most patients that have either a head injury or severe mental illness, let's say, just anything going on with the brain, retain the ability to make most medical decisions. And we think about changing healthcare proxies as a pretty low risk decision. As I mentioned before, something like an amputation or a major surgery, invasive procedure is something that we would hold somebody to a higher bar. But a healthcare proxy is a pretty low risk, especially if it makes sense in terms of who they want to change it to.
And when was her Glasgow score a 10?
I believe it was as she was being transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham and Women's.
And you're seeing her several days later, correct?
Correct.
And so when she was transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham, she was unconscious, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so now she's conscious, correct?
That's correct.
And when she was transferred from the outside hospital to Brigham, she wasn't communicating or speaking or opening her eyes on her own, correct?
That's what the report said. I was not there at that time, but the notes that I read, that's correct.
So when you're speaking to her a couple days later, she's opening her eyes, she's communicating, she's responsive, she's interacting, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that her Glasgow score would be higher than the 10 when you were speaking to her, correct?
Yes.
See, this lawyer's good. Much better.
Now, you did a mental status examination of her while you were doing this evaluation about her decision-making capacity, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say under mood, you listed okay?
Yes.
That you listed her thought process as organized, goal-directed. Is that correct?
Yes.
You asked her if she was having hallucinations or delusions, and she, other than those initial ones the first day, she denied those?
During my evaluation, yes.
And she also denied suicidal intent and homicidal intent, correct?
Yes.
And you listed her insight and judgment as fair, correct?
Yes.
Her behavior was calm and cooperative?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything about her behavior that would indicate to you that she was responding to some type of voices or hallucination that you couldn't see?
At that moment, no. But as I mentioned, I did speak with the nurse beforehand, and Ms. Clancy was able to report to me that she reported visual hallucinations overnight.
Overnight after surgery?
That's right.
Okay. And then never again?
Not during my evaluation.
And did you speak to Ms. Clancy again on February 19th, 2023?
Yes.
And was the purpose for that to prepare her for a transition from Brigham and Women's to Spalding Rehabilitation?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. And what were the other reasons?
So it was an ongoing safety evaluation, ongoing evaluation of psychiatric safety risk, as well as medication evaluation to determine if her medications were at the right level, the right dosage, and that she was on the right medications. And then just ongoing evaluation in terms of kind of her mental status.
And during that meeting, she denied suicidal intent, correct?
That's correct.
She denied homicidal intent, correct? She denied having auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
She reported her mood as okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you she was looking forward to moving to Spalding, correct?
Yes.
She also denied any confusion or disorientation, is that correct?
Yes.
Looking forward to moving to somewhere else.
And again, you described her mood as okay on that day?
Yes.
And you described her as future oriented on that day?
Yes.
And then you spoke to her again on February 21st, 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And on that day, is this the same purpose that you just described, getting her ready, assessing her mental status and getting her ready to transfer to Spalding?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, you wrote that the patient reported feeling down about her current situation, her paralysis, and the events leading up to her hospitalization. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also noted that she said her thoughts about what she had done were not constant throughout the day, correct?
Correct.
So she wasn't thinking about killing her children throughout the day, every day, correct?
Correct.
And she said she had no suicidal intent, no homicidal intent, correct?
Correct.
No auditory or visual hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
You also write no PI. What does PI stand for?
Paranoid ideation.
And there was none of that either.
Correct.
You also made a note, notes low mood today in the context of her physical and legal situation, but does not currently meet criteria for major depressive episode. Is that correct?
Yes.
So her focus seemed to be on her physical and legal situation, but being hopeful about moving on to Spalding.
Could I see counsel?
She's just telling the truth. So by the 29th or 20, yeah, 20, what'd she say, the 23rd of February? So not even a month later, she wasn't constantly thinking about what she had done. But yet she has to live with this for the rest of her life, defense said. So not even a month later, she wasn't thinking about it constantly throughout the day. She was more worried about the fact that she was in a wheelchair.
And so her focus at that time appeared to be her physical situation, her legal situation, and looking forward to going to Spalding Rehab.
Yes.
Spalding Rehab.
And then your last visit with her was February 22nd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And again, she indicated she was hopeful about treatment at Spalding.
Yes.
She was future oriented.
Yes.
And she denied suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation.
Yes.
She denied audio hallucination, visual hallucination, and anything else of that nature.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not even a month later.
Attorney Reddington.
Afternoon. So, doctor, from your testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, was she, to your opinion, in your experience, an honest patient telling you what her symptoms were, if
Objection.
any? That's an evaluation in the psychiatric.
I'll allow that question.
Yes.
In other words, she didn't go off and try to exaggerate to you and say, I'm seeing visions and I'm hearing voices and I'm suicidally ideated and I'm homicidally ideated. She didn't say any of those things to you, did she?
No.
She actually denied them, right?
Correct.
So this is not, in your opinion, someone who was trying to exaggerate her conditions for some legal reason, correct?
No.
And you obviously were in close contact with her for about a month, right?
That's right.
Just a couple of questions. Counsel asked you whether or not, and I think it may have been in the beginning in January, that you had difficulty understanding her. Obviously, after removing the tubes and everything else, you're able to talk with her, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that one of the concerns, if you will, was postpartum issues. You knew that, right?
Yes.
And in your experience as a psychiatrist, you're familiar with the concept of postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And you know that people can communicate and plan and act on plans, even if they're in the middle of a psychosis, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be drooling and stumbling and unable to walk and talk to be in a psychosis, do you?
No.
So in other words, a person can be in a psychosis and can communicate to friends, family, people, talk, correct?
Yes. So
you didn't, as counsel asked, you didn't have any difficulty understanding her. She wasn't slurring her words or anything like that when she was able to talk.
Right.
Okay. One of the things that when she was admitted, and then without going through, I'm not going to go through all the stuff we've already talked about with the medical condition and everything else, you indicated that she was very, very ill, correct?
Correct.
Did she appear to be cooperative to you when you would interact with her?
Yes.
As a doctor, as a psychiatrist, you're familiar with bipolar, the concept of a bipolar diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me what bipolar means?
Yeah, so bipolar disorder is a mood disorder, categorized as a mood disorder, where patients have distinct depressive episodes, as well as, depending on the type of bipolar disorder, either hypomanic episodes or manic episodes, to the point where they don't sleep for days, they still have lots of energy, there's this decreased need for sleep, there could be irritability, there can be impulsiveness, racing thoughts. A lot of patients describe that they're out of control of their behavior. And then severe episodes can also include psychosis.
And in reference to bipolar, as you were referring to, when somebody is hypomanic, what does hypomanic mean?
Yeah, it's a lesser degree of mania. So when patients are hypomanic, they don't always experience things like psychosis, but they might experience some of the other symptoms that I described, including racing thoughts, kind of moving too quickly, talking too quickly, being irritable.
And as it relates to the hypomania, would that include things such as somebody who is getting up early in the morning and exercising, or cleaning out their house, or selling their property out of a garage and having difficulty sleeping, and they're awake all night?
Yes.
As a psychiatrist, one of the things you were concerned about when you were first started to deal with her, as well as when you were releasing her, if you will, is the medication that she had on board, so to speak, when she came into the hospital, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, and I know it's difficult to recall offhand, but do you recall the medications that she was actually under from purposes of taking her blood when it was tested?
When she first came to the hospital?
Yeah, if you know.
I believe her medication list for, previous to the incident, she was on amitriptyline, diazepam. I believe she was also on prescribed lorazepam, and there may have been one other.
Okay. So looking at that, if I tell you that there was a toxicology report done on her as of January 24th by way of taking her blood, you're familiar with that, right? When they analyze for toxicology. And toxicology obviously would tell us what the medications, if any, what type of drugs she had on board, booze, cocaine, anything, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the toxicology report, as well as the report from the Department of State Police, as well as the NMS laboratory, which would be in Pennsylvania. So that's an international or a national respected laboratory, isn't it? The NMS lab, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But you know that they did take her blood, they did test her blood, and it was at the state police laboratory, as well as any other labs that tested it, right?
Yes, I believe I found that out later. I did not know that the first time I saw her, because those labs take a little bit of time to come back.
And you treated her for about a month, so you were pretty
That's
close
right.
to her and got to know her quite well.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that one of the things that her blood reflected or that she was on was trazodone?
Yes.
And can you tell me what trazodone is?
Yeah, trazodone is an antidepressant medication. It's more often utilized as a sleep aid because of one of the side effects is sedation. And so patients that are often having difficulty sleeping are placed on trazodone.
And is trazodone, does that share some of the qualities of what are referred to as SSRIs, even though it's not an SSRI, it shares similar qualities?
Yes.
Can you tell me what SSRI means?
Yeah, so that's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and it's a class of medications that are antidepressants.
And the SSRIs, that would also include Zoloft, for example?
Correct.
Would also include Prozac, for example?
Yes.
Are you, as a psychiatrist, aware that Zoloft and or SSRI Prozac should not be prescribed to a patient who has bipolar?
Yeah, it can be prescribed. Oftentimes it's prescribed together with another medication that can be protective because patients with bipolar disorder may be experiencing depression. And so they may be prescribed an antidepressant, but along with another medication that what we call protective.
And in reference to the SSRIs, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, what does that mean? Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so oftentimes in depression, patients are kind of lacking serotonin in the spaces in their brain that helps.
Can I interrupt you? What is serotonin?
Yeah, serotonin is a neurotransmitter. So it's a hormone in the brain that works on the brain. It works in other areas in the body as well, but for these purposes, it works in the brain at nerve endings throughout the body. And that neurotransmitter helps with things like mood regulation. For patients with depression, they're often lacking kind of that ability to have enough serotonin in those spaces. And so a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor prevents serotonin being kind of sucked back into the cell. So it allows for serotonin to be more available.
And what is an SSA What does that mean? Antagonist, selective serotonin antagonist.
So those are medications that kind of do the opposite.
Okay. And you knew, as a psychiatrist, at least looking at her history, you knew that she had been seeing psychiatrists immediately prior to her suicide attempt, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she had been prescribed a number of drugs by these various psychiatrists, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, was she prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
Valium? Was she prescribed buspirone, otherwise known as Vanspar?
Yes.
About Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And what is Wellbutrin? Is that an antidepressant?
It is an antidepressant.
Hydroxyzine, what is hydroxyzine?
It can be used for a number of reasons, but for psychiatric purposes, it's often used as an anti-anxiety medication.
And Klonopin?
Yes.
Is hydroxyzine, is that a, strike that, Klonopin, that's a benzodiazepam, right?
That's correct.
And then lamotrigine.
Yep, lamotrigine.
Lamotrigine, sorry.
Yes.
What type of medication is that? Is that a mood stabilizer?
It is, yeah. It's also an anti-seizure medication, but in the psychiatric realm, it's used as a mood stabilizer.
And then we talked about Prozac, that's an SSRI, correct?
Correct.
And what's Remeron?
Also an antidepressant.
So in addition to all of the drugs that I had mentioned, she was also prescribed Remeron, correct?
Correct.
She was also prescribed Seroquel or quetiapine.
Yeah, quetiapine, yes.
Quetiapine, okay. And what is Seroquel?
So Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication.
And she was prescribed, as we already talked, trazodone. Was she also prescribed amitriptyline?
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older antidepressants. It's a tricyclic antidepressant that can often be used to help with sleep, but also mood.
And Ambien, correct?
Correct.
And Zolpidem.
Yep, Zolpidem is the generic name of Ambien.
Oh, okay. Some of these drugs, they also have what's called a suicide warning or a black box warning. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah. So in studies that have been done, some of them show that especially after starting an antidepressant, it can increase someone's risk of suicidality. Many of those studies showed that it was mostly in adolescents and young adults, but it can happen in adults as well.
And Celexa was also a drug. Is that an SSRI too?
It is.
And all of these drugs that we just went through were all prescribed from end of September till January.
Yes, September 2022.
4 month period.
Yes.
It's an awful lot of drugs to be prescribed in 4 months, isn't it?
Sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2022 to 2020,
All three direct?
2024.
Doctor, all those drugs that defense counsel just listed, you're aware she wasn't on all of those drugs at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And did you know that many of those drugs she took a very small amount of? Some she didn't take any pills at all?
I was not aware of that.
For Buspar, which is one of the ones he mentioned, were you aware the first prescription she only took 2 pills out of that bottle?
I was not aware.
Were you aware the second prescription a month or so later for Buspar, she took 0 pills out of that bottle?
I was not aware.
So where are you getting this information about what she was on and when?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do is try to collect as much information as we can during our assessments. And so we look through the record in terms of what was prescribed. We also talk with other providers as to what they prescribe. But in the context of the assessments that we were doing, it did not require us to determine, what exactly she had been on before, because we were using a different set of medications to treat something, different symptoms that she was experiencing.
Okay. So you really have no idea what she was taking or when? You just know what was prescribed?
I know what was prescribed, and then we were also getting reports of what was being taken, what wasn't being taken. But
from the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. So she's reporting to you that she took those medications, but you'd be surprised to know that at least one of them, 0 pills were taken.
I don't think I'm surprised, no.
Okay. And you talked about prescription and what she was taking. Were you aware that in the time frame just prior to her being admitted to the hospital, she was only prescribed trazodone, Valium, and amitriptyline, just 3 medications?
Yes, I was aware.
And you were asked about, mania and exercising and cleaning out your garage and selling your belongings could be signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
But there are people who just exercise every day and they're not manic, correct?
Correct.
And there are people who have a messy garage and have accumulated a lot of junk and decide to clean out the garage that aren't manic, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, if someone is manic and attempts to do one of those tasks like cleaning out a garage, it's usually in a disorganized way and oftentimes they don't finish the task, correct?
Sometimes.
So if someone approaches a task like cleaning out the garage by organizing with another party, organizing the belongings, separating them into keep, sell, throw out, that's pretty organized behavior, correct?
Correct.
And if someone sells belongings that they no longer need, that's not necessarily a sign of mania, correct?
Correct.
That's more if they're selling their stove and then they have nothing to cook with, correct?
Correct.
So if they're selling junk in their garage that they no longer need, that's not necessarily manic, correct?
Not necessarily.
Thank you.
Mr. Rankin?
So if the person, as counsel said, they're exercising every day and they have a messy garage, that obviously would not be indicative of hypomania.
No,
Probably
A
not.
normal person could have, as counsel said.
Right.
How about a person that at the same time can't sleep because the insomnia is so bad they go 48 hours without sleep? Is that something to be considered in the whole evaluation?
Yes.
How about the fact of a person saying that my brain is broken and that they can't concentrate, they can't think? Is that something that the person you would consider in conjunction with the messy garage and the exercise?
Yes.
Thoughts of hurting themselves, suicidal ideation, that's something that's important to evaluate?
Yes.
Homicidal ideation, telling your husband that you're having thoughts about hurting your children, that's something you consider, isn't it?
Then you don't leave them alone with the children.
In reference to counsel's comment about just 3 medications that she was on prior to trying to commit suicide, you're not aware of the doctors telling her to discontinue this medication, start a new medication, go on to a different medication, depending on the doctor. You're not aware of that, right?
No.
And finally, if you know, did she sign a DNR, do not resuscitate?
She asked to the day after the first evaluation that I did of her, which was the capacity assessment to change her healthcare proxy. But in the context of her reporting a serious suicide attempt, we did not change her code status. We continued to chat with her about that. And she ultimately came to the conclusion that it made sense to make sure that her mental health was stable before she considered her code status.
Okay, but her initial reaction or her conversations with you all was that she wanted to have a do not resuscitate status.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Why
Thank
do
you,
you
Your Honor.
have DNRs? I have a DNR. It's weird that that's
All right.
such a big
Mr.
deal.
Secretary, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. So I'm going to ask you to go back to your room and then we'll come back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay?
2 o'clock.
All right. Sure, so the notebooks, take on the chairs, please.
Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, yeah.
No. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
What? All right.
Okay, I'm going to end the stream and I will be back at 2 o'clock.
Man, club just a system, but the deck's set to fail. You speak for transparency, they call it a crime. Next day, you suspended for 6 months of your time. Pedigree, politics, trophies on the wall. Vanity awards while the ethics take a fall. They say it's for the free, but we know what it is. Power in the clubhouse, silence in the pier. Pedigree, politics, ribbons and lies. Smiles at the banquet, but the truth in disguise. You can muzzle the voice, but the truth don't crit. Dog show, Kingdom Bells, don't counterfeit grit.